Do you not know my horse? He is a shackled old man.
So playing Persona 5, that to hit max sooner than I expected was Charm. I like got him.
You had a problem with everything.
Kindness was the last thing for the grow on or for me.
I'm on like halfway through the game and I haven't gotten any of my stats maxed. I'm on day 43 and they're all maxed. You knew what you were doing. And
my stuff, I only had one, yeah, stat max maybe like in September maybe, or actually maybe July, and that was the charm. Everything else was growing.
Yeah, a lot of the tricks is either complete the dungeon as early as humanly possible or as late as humanly possible and do everything else in between.
Right.
Do you know the answer?
Then it just changes based off of the dungeon, because some of them, if you do it on the last day possible, you know, so you get the complete set, it will have the problem of that you will miss a specific event that might be character exclusive. But then on some of them, you know, if you do it as early as possible, you know, can have similar effects.
Nice going.
I've been trying to. I haven't been playing yet. I've been trying to pair my stat. Once I got the fortune teller, I was trying to pair my stat gain with her stat boost stuff.
Yeah, she and the teacher are the two best ones you can get.
She is way more useful than I ever thought, and I realized it way too late.
I've been using the fortune teller recently just to help me move social links along.
The fortune teller and the teacher are the two best.
Definitely the best utility ones,
No, they're just the best.
Yeah, I like the teacher one for getting a massage just so I could get my nighttime.
It's funny because I got the hots for teacher. Chris and our other friend Stevie went jailbait.
Who's jailbait?
Utaba. She's underage.
Aren't we underage?
public decencies than everyone is, yeah, except for the teacher. And
No.
the doctor.
No.
Fortune teller even?
Well, almost everybody except Futaba is perfectly legal.
What shall we do?
Both.
Wait. No, yeah, 16.
Well, in Iowa, 16 is the minimum without consent. Mm-hmm. 14 with consent is like Iowa's law, which is really weird. Like 14 and 15 with parents' consent. And even then, there is a restriction on that because the point of it is at the age of 18, so 14 and 15 with an 18-year-old with consent. 16, you can do it with anybody you want without parents' consent, but... Yeah.
Hey, help me figure out, who should I try pushing the links up a little harder with today's fortune telling? Haru, Alai, or Oya? Or, I guess, yeah.
Well, I've always had a thing for maids with axes. It doesn't really matter, like I said, you can get them all up to max if you really just figure it out.
Yeah, I've been... Okay, well then just help me out here. Hangman or Devil?
Pikachu.
What was that?
Pikachu. Pikachu. Hello! Okay, man, have you downloaded the DLC yet?
Yeah, I did.
Now change her into the maid outfit and tell me that isn't creepy as all hell.
I'll have to do that next time I actually venture in.
Constantly waves at you with this just wide wave and the dead look in her eye like she's going to murder you. Don't kill me.
Yeah, nothing like a slightly psychotic looking maid with a giant axe.
Yeah. You never see the Smurf coming!
Not when she's raising her axe.
Run to,
What shall we
run
do?
to the bedroom and the suitcase on the left. You'll hope you don't see Haru's axe. What?
Wait, this is just an empty case. Better run.
Here we go.
Start running. 1, 2, Haru's coming for you. 3,
That also reminds me,
4, better
I need to
shut
turn the
the
Persona
door.
into a grenade launcher for Haru.
What do you think?
I know I had one, but I had an accident with it, so I need to go patch that up. Yeah, it turned into incense instead.
At least it didn't turn into incest. Anyway, do you like that incest burner I gave you?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Gotta go to the incest
Check
store.
I just got back from Virginia.
Where's Virginia?
Well,
Let's think about it.
I see. Perhaps next time.
Where's Virginia?
It was a lot easier considering how much they were cluttered together.
Alrighty, Christopher Reeves. Time for another exciting round of Guess the Price. Rally the ranks. One colorless, one white. As Rally the Ranks enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1.
I have Makoto at 8, Yusuke at 7, and Haru at 2 right now. Should I just like push Makoto into 10? Or should I work it at the
Sure.
Yusuke?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like
Take
think
your
if I
pick.
want to spread it.
Anyway, Chris, what is the price you're guessing?
What shall we do?
He could talk, he just couldn't walk. Or move his hands very well.
Yeah, he was dead.
He's dead now.
Here we go.
Me too.
You could say a little part of him died. Anyway, what is your guess?
What do you think? Hey, inmate!
Rally the ranks. One colorless, one white. Enchantment. As Rally the ranks enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creatures in control of the chosen type get +1/+1.
Pursue rehabilitation with
A
all
long
your
time,
body
inmate.
and
Yeah.
This
soul.
is its powered up form. Done already? You wish to view the compendium.
Well, that's low.
Right, who am I turning into a grenade launcher again? Ball.
Persona. You wish to summon this persona. This is your power.
That's low for the other two printings.
There
High
is
for
an
one of
always
them.
strive for more. This weapon.
This will be its new form. Is that acceptable?
That's
Assume your new form.
Low for two of the printings. High for one of them.
70 cents.
That's close enough. 29 cents standard variant for the promo pre-release and for the promo pack.
Being Caroline,
92
this
cents.
is your job. Choose wisely.
Rare. It was printed in Keldheim.
We're gonna use the strong stuff today. Better choose a good one.
Every time you make me play this game.
Alarm time, inmate. Done already? Just
Time for another
This is the
exciting
path you
round
want.
of Beauty Queen of only 18. She had some
This
problems
I
with
will require
herself.
the ticket then.
Tasha the Witch Queen.
There is an alarm. This is its powered up. We're gonna strangle him.
Wrong.
My favorite. Get ready for this.
In what way?
You were low.
You're stopping. Alarm
You
time.
were high,
Inmates,
except for
prepare
one
the
version
begin
of it.
Searching. A group will be
Now I
executed.
wish I feel painfully sober right now.
$3.74 for the standard, for the pre-release $16.48.
She's not like earth-shattering.
We're gonna chop him up all at once. Get ready for this.
But now, I'm not going to give you the name of it, just going to give you the cost and the typing
There is an
and
alarm.
its
Always
attack
strive for
and
more.
whatnot.
Today
I
we
will not give
hang
you
them
its
more
effect
forcefully. One of
or
my
anything.
favorite duties.
4
A group
colorless,
will be
2 red,
begin searching.
Elder Dragon, 6/5.
6'5".
No, for 6. 4 colorless, 2 red. 6/5, Elder Dragon.
This is certainly a powerful persona.
6'6" for 6.
No, 6/5 for 6.
That's a pretty strong one.
You know what? Fuck it. Fine, you win.
Okay, 6'5" for 6. $4.
Wrong.
You seek power beyond your limits.
Choose which skills to inherit.
Way low. $7? Still, you're kind of up there. $56.88. Dragon. If I would have told you its name or given you its effect, it would have given it a... Yeah. It went up by $6.88. Let's...
This should bestow great I see.
3 colorless, 1 green, 1 blue, 1 red, legendary creature, dragon spirit, flying ward. Whenever another non-token dragon enters the battlefield under your control, create a token that's a copy of it, except that that token isn't legendary if that dragon is legendary. 6/6. Miriam the Sentinel Worm. No. You were too high. Still too high unless you go for the pre-release. $1.19. Now we'll go in another direction.
You wish to summon this. This is your power.
You want some cocaine? How about some heroin?
Alarm time, inmate. Prepare for
This lovely card has been printed twice.
Get ready for this.
Once in Commander 2017, and once in the Secret Lair drop.
This
It is the
certainly
one,
a powerful
the only,
persona.
the Dragon. For 4 colorless, 1 white, 1 blue, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green. Eminence, legendary creature, dragon avatar, Eminence. As long as the Dragon is in the command zone or in the battlefield, other dragons fails you cost 1 less colorless to play. It has flying, and whenever one or more dragons you control attack, draw that many cards. Then you may put a permanent card from your hand into the battlefield. It is a 10/10. What is its cost?
10.
You are wrong.
Isn't it 4? 1 of each. 9.
Well, okay, smartass, but also you were wrong after I promptly told you that, so I have to smite you now. Sorry, them's the rules. Sorry, them's the rules, man.
Today we will hang them more forcefully.
No, what is its price?
$12.
You are incorrect.
Done already? There is an alarm in effect. We're gonna strangle him real. This is its powered up form.
I don't know how much weed you've been smoking.
This weapon will be stronger than normal.
Wow. I didn't.
I need to ask you.
Huh.
This weapon is more powerful than normal.
This surprises K-Man.
No, I just found an upgrade to the Yusuke's assault rifle.
Wow. Huh.
I could turn Uriel into Providence, an assault rifle.
I'm not gonna tell you which direction you were, just because. You said 10.
You're stopping?
Yeah, that was your second time.
One of my
The first one you were
favorites
still
sent me
wrong.
to a
The
world
second you said
different
9,
from this
which you
one.
were correct, but not right.
Done already? What? Done already? What?
Let's do it.
$60.
Now, let us
There is an
observe.
alarm.
The one-time printing in Commander 2017 was $79.78. The Secret Lair version is $89.05. That's what makes the game fun. Because I can give you a card that's 10 times better than this in the Worm Sentinel,
That's a pretty strong one.
just because of how its effect works. And it's still 700% less.
I see. This is certainly a powerful persona.
I want to put my testicles in a vice.
Let's go with the lovely, lovely Lord of Bone. You
Neither
obviously...
remarkable nor unremarkable.
I wish that card were $70.
Is this
After how
something
hard
you're
it took
okay
us to
with
get
this?
one.
$6.
I mean, I'd still be happy if it even cost $6.
54 cents.
Still would be happy if it were 54
You
cents.
wish to fuse an ally beyond your limits?
2 cents.
Choose which
18.
skills to inherit.
The pre-release version of it is $1.27. No, nothing like green, black, white being a stupidly broken combo with creatures being sacrificed and changed into frickin' goddamn enchantments. No.
Now,
You know,
let
when they
us-
stop printing this set, this card's gonna skyrocket into like 120.
What's that? You killed my mana elves? Oh, well, I guess it's just a mana producing enchantment.
What's that? You destroyed my militia, the green white, well, Selesnya mix. It is either a green or a white that whenever an instant goes to, or sorcery goes to the graveyard, it's exiled instead. Oh, it's now an enchantment. Good luck.
Oh, you killed Selai? Well, I guess it's just an enchantment that gives me life every time I have a creature enter my side of the field.
What's that? You killed Sir Conrad. Well, that sucks for you, doesn't it?
Well, I guess that just means I get to endlessly deal damage and heal myself whenever I
You kill the creature, and if you kill it on my side, you get hit twice.
Pursue rehabilitation with all
There is
your
an
body
today
and
we will
soul.
Yeah.
hang them more forcefully.
When he died and became an enchantment, he pinged himself.
Well, when he dies, because it's including him.
Yeah, when he died to become the enchantment,
Yeah.
he pinged
Unfortunately. Unfortunately, you exile him. Actually, I don't think he does. Well, no, because it's just when it dies. Don't know. This is actually a confusing one because Merkel's effect replaces it going to the graveyard. It just exiles itself.
Yeah, it still dies.
This
but
is its powered up.
It never
version
hits the
and is more
graveyard.
This will be its new form. Is that acceptable? Perhaps this is a bit excessive.
Okay, so things have to touch the graveyard to leave, right?
Uh-huh.
So if it was destroyed, but it must be exiled instead.
Yeah, that's why Swords to Plowshare doesn't trigger death effects. It's because it's exiled. Yeah, it's exile target creature. Merkel's phrasing is whenever another token creature you control dies, you may exile it. If you do create a token that's a copy, you notice how it doesn't hit the graveyard. Well, no, it's a replacement effect. When you control dies, you may exile it, which is its replacement effect.
I thought whenever it meant that, it used to read the wording when it would die.
No. The reason is because you may exile it. If you don't exile it, it goes to the graveyard. Because of the you may part of it.
See, I really wish they could decide on a wording, because having this little bit of a semantic is really kind of...
It's actually because when they rework how commanders work, a commander will die, go to the graveyard, then it's a state-based check, and then you move it from the graveyard to the command zone. So that way graveyard triggers would still happen. Otherwise, back before that, and actually it was because of Midnight Rose that they changed it, because before, when she would die, you couldn't use her as a commander. Because they kill her, she'd go directly to the command zone, never hitting the graveyard. In this instance, the death trigger is the check. Not when it hits the graveyard.
So because of this ruling, death includes touching the graveyard.
Yes, oddly. I'm pretty certain I'll have to check with a couple of people if Merkel would still trigger off of that, but I'm pretty sure there are other cards that have similar effects which stop them from going to the graveyard because of this. But again, I'd have to recheck that. Yeah, I wish they would actually be 100% clear on rulings too.
Oh.
Yeah, having this open wording on so many things, and there's so much just left to interpretation.
Yeah. But yeah, no. Like I said, not like Merkel's broken at all. But the fact of the matter is because, again, I'm pretty sure it would work with Sir Conrad in the aspect of the matter that... I don't know. Give me a sec. I'm gonna actually see if I can find it. Sir Comrade. Yeah, I knew it was spelled with a K. I couldn't remember specifically if it was a K or not, because there's a lot of stupid spelling in this. That doesn't mean anything. Mortal Kombat spells its stuff with a K, and it's just because it's stupid.
So you can't tell me that's not
Joe,
It isn't.
okay. You should be grateful.
I watched that lizard man get kicked into a tree.
Alright,
non-fiction.
alright, what
Yep.
you want? Nice weather like this makes me want to go up into the map. That's what you're choosing?
And here's the dumbest thing that fucking pisses me off.
Sounds good.
So, I can look up, Merkel and all of that.
Alright, what you
There is
want?
no, like, actual official ruling on him.
You look serious
Yeah,
today.
a lot of cards seem like this to do.
Alright. Sounds good.
Because it was called a
thinking of flashier shades, something you
Yeah.
color a lightning bolt decal. You want to shock them just from the look of it, since you won't be firing it anyway.
Only certain ones, like Narset's Reversal.
Sounds good.
Or the one that I used it against.
It's that time of year when schools hold their athletic meets, huh? Those starring pistols aren't ours, you know. We don't sell them here.
With with Narset's Reversal, it returns
Come
the
again.
instant or sorcery to the hand, thus for it no longer exists.
Later.
Well, it returns the card they're casting, and then you copy its effect. It nullifies the first effect, and then you change its effect.
Right. And see, we looked up the rules
Wow.
of this, and apparently it would disappear on the stack after I exiled it myself.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it would never resolve. So I'm still dead.
Wow.
Because here's the thing.
Wow.
Because they even bring this into effect, but this phrasing is no help. Functionality. This means that instead of replacing the trip to the graveyard or exile with a trip to the command zone or commanders, will die or get exiled.
Hey, hey.
Thanks, that doesn't fucking help. And yeah, Alenda the Dust Rose was the reason why it got changed, because people were pissed off they couldn't use her. And you asked if Banishing Light or
Decree of Justice.
Decree of Justice.
Wait, what was I asking?
What effect was what, if it would replace it?
Oh, the spell that you
What would you like?
said I probably didn't need in the horrors, but I put it in anyway because it's funny. Exiles target spells,
I
and
need
I
it.
get to.
There's a lot of cards that don't need to be in your horrors that you put in anyway, like Frog Beam.
Yeah, shut up. Leaving as soon as I can.
Well,
Oddly enough, after I mentioned, why'd you put that in there? He's a frog demon. No, he's a horror! Chris, turn left. I know!
all right then.
Just
See stories
turn
online about horrible hosts like Tsukasa all the time.
Just determined to be wrong.
However, we'll need solid proof of what he's doing if we're going to convince Eiko. I believe some of the promoters around here may know something. As my
Almost
father
as impressive
always
as the
said,
guy who blew
finding
himself up
evidence takes serious
with
legwork.
nitroglycerin by hitting it with a hammer.
Well, no, because he didn't know what happened.
Yeah, but he was confident enough that nothing could go wrong.
Anyway, it's... I don't...
Hey,
It was the one where you exile target spell, and you roll an d20, and if you get 15 or higher, you can cast it without cost.
Oh, that still tells me nothing. Ordinarily, I'd be like, oh yeah, no, that one's obvious, that's this card. But because it's the second time that rolling dice was introduced, now.
hey.
Searching your eyes for a hint or a trace. So yeah, the Merkel doesn't even have
Did
any
you notice this?
fucking discussion on him.
It's a named spell.
Dick Puncher 3000.
What I need is one of the, like, Tosh's Fishmonger or something.
We have. Come on.
Chupacabra Butt Rape.
No, it's a spell that belongs to someone.
Hey.
Chupacabra butt race.
No, that's just a creature.
No, that is the butt race.
It's funny because there's a chupacabra in there.
Let's say I have Merkle Lord of Bones and I sacrifice a legendary creature. I also have something like Anointed Procession now. But because Merkle says that the creature exiled becomes an enchantment and loses all the card type, does that get rid of the legendary card type? No. The super type, you dumbass. Fucking anybody who's played this for a week knows super typings. Creature is card type. Enchantment is card type. Artifact is card type. Land is card type. Instant, sorcery. All card types. Anything in between that is super typing. Like world enchantment. World is super typing.
Or like when Superman's writing an article for the Daily Planet.
Yeah.
Super typing.
No, because he doesn't use a typewriter, thank you.
You can type on a computer.
He doesn't use a computer either.
Use. Does he just write?
Laser vision.
That's still typing.
He burns it in there.
Still typing.
No, unfortunately. Fine, how about you?
Yes!
Huh?
Gale's
Still a piece of shit card. Don't know why you have it in there.
because it's funny and it fits the thing.
Sorry, this post was deleted by the person who originally posted it, and then there's just a response of, no, only one effect can remove the card from the graveyard. Once that happens, it's a brand new object. This doesn't tell me anything.
I guess someone thought that was a stupid question after they asked it.
Search in your eyes for a trace of...
Or they weren't asking the question, someone thought offensive.
Racist.
It also doesn't
Well.
help. It also doesn't help. The best way I can think to pronounce the name of my commander is Niggeroth.
Niggeros.
But
Probably like Negroth.
I was thinking about using this Keeps place. I think they might be able to help me.
You know what? You're white enough. Feel free.
yes.
So, I should probably just tell everyone that, huh?
Feel free. Might not help everyone though.
Why would that be?
You know, some people might not have hair loss.
All right.
I'll just tell the people.
Okay.
Start with my buddy Tyrone.
Tyrone could be a white people name too.
He is.
Well, all right then.
Hey, question.
Joseph.
Oh,
When you try to remove the controller from the RS and you just unplug the microphone instead.
what are you guys talking about?
No idea. Anyway.
For my comment, I was like partially sitting on the controller and I was trying to remove the controller because the knob was stabbing me in the ass. And I accidentally unplugged my headset. And he's talking about Keep's hair loss, which, because of a mishearing, They were showing the advertisement. I was doing my own thing, kind of spacing it out, and in the background, I hear it ask, "Do you have a problem with Negroes?" Which I'm pretty sure it was, "Do you have a problem with hair loss?" But again, since I wasn't paying attention at all, I just kind of looked down, looked up, and was just kind of like, "What the fuck?" And then realized it was a Keeps commercial. But they continued talking, and it didn't help the initial mishearing, because it still all sounded immensely racist afterward.
What did they say again?
The question is supposed to be something along like, "Do you have a problem with hair loss?" or something like that.
Hair
but
loss.
I misheard it as, "Do you have a problem with Negroes?"
Wow, that's a hell of a misunderstanding.
Well, I wasn't paying attention, and I was doing my own thing on my phone while it was in the background. So yeah, that's why it got confusing. But again, them continually talking afterwards, and it still being racist with just that inclination. So, you know, black people who are looking for Keeps hair loss, don't do it. They've got a problem with you.
Oh.
Their words, not mine.
It's just...
So, I can't find any official ruling on this because they just really hate me that much. But actually, I do think he would trigger with Sir Conrad.
What?
I think it would hit the graveyard first, and then you would exile it.
No,
Because there was another question that was asked, and it would have taken the state base into consideration. The question that was asked was also stupid in the reference of it, but... yeah. Now, what was it? Gale's Garden Center? It's the second thing that came up, and it was the only thing that had 3 words in it. Otherwise, it would have been Gale's Shoes. Gale's Hand Redirection? What is it again?
Gale's redirection.
Look, it is 3 words. Just because there's an S and one of the other letters, or a few of the other letters are missing.
Gale is redirection.
Yes.
No.
And yeah, it's because it's an... And yes, it would be a replacement effect where it wouldn't be on the stack anymore because it's exile target spell.
Yeah.
Why was that ever in question?
I'm here with you.
That's how I understood it, but then it was called into question, so then I started questioning it. But
Yeah.
eventually it was discovered, yeah.
If the card went fully through and then it removed it from play, then yeah, then I could understand it. But because it's exile at instant speed, it literally deletes the card's existence.
Yeah. When he declared what he was doing,
Eh.
I thought about it for a second, and like, yep, hold on.
You still don't need it in there. I would replace it.
All right.
It's fine.
No, it doesn't.
Steals people's shit.
Not really.
No, just hit not.
Because
I'm using the thing, and then I can play it.
once,
Yeah.
then it goes right back into their graveyard.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you have to...
until next time.
Yeah, and then it's not yours. You could put, I don't know, Tasha in there.
I don't have Tasha.
Well, buy one.
She's also not a whore.
I think she is.
No, that's totally odd.
That doesn't mean Tasha can't be one too. Different realms. She's known as the Witch Queen for a reason. Put Xanatar in there.
See, if she's the Witch Queen, she's not the whore.
Yeah,
Hi,
yes she
everyone.
is.
Well,
Fair argument.
what's
Madams
going
can still
on?
be whores, though.
What do you want to do?
They're just the whores that are running the place.
Which one of you whores is in charge?
I really don't think you should have Gale's redirection in it at all. It really doesn't fit the theme at all. Narset's reversal fits the theme more.
Damn it. Yep.
Yeah. And it costs less. Yeah. And it's also not a chance. You just cast the spell and then immediately get to redirect it. Or fuck, you want to have some fun? Let's play a little round of what other cards do the same thing but are better. Redirect. Changes the target of a card. What are you gonna exile with this? I'm gonna exile your Wrath of God. It'll still have the same effect when I play it. Can't exile a board wipe. Because even if you exile a board wipe with it, you still get the board wipe effect when you play it. You just put it on delay. In fact, this shouldn't be called Gale's Redirection. It should have been Gale pauses for a moment. It doesn't have a redirect effect. It has a hold up effect.
I see.
Redirect just changes the target. There's a lot of other spells that could be replaced in this aspect. Again, I don't think Gale's Redirection should be in it. I'm not telling you you have to remove it. I mean, it's entirely up to you.
Indeed. I see.
I'd still just say put Redirect in. Because then they're still wasting all of their mana, and you get to change it. Also, you may cast the exiled card for as long as it remains exiled, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast that spell. You would still have to pay for it, and you're more likely to get that than anything else. I guess there's one instance, but if you just did this instead and replaced it with Redirect and then changed a couple of other cards, it still will end up being better. That if they're trying to cast a creature, you know, Emrakul or something with it, so you're going to be holding it for a while. Again, being a blue player, I just don't see this card being as good as you think it is. Also, Chris has died.
Indeed.
Oh, then K-Man has died.
I guess I'm still here, but what's up?
Okay. It just... Because usually there's a... Well, it was completely silent, and usually, like, K-Man's mic or your mic has a little bit of the light static buzz feedback, which is perfectly fine. It's not that annoying. So when it goes completely silent, you know, it's like...
Sorry.
Hello? I'm all alone now. I like the salami, lonely like me. Hold me closer, the soap is sweet.
To tell the truth.
Rally to me. Yeah. Again, redirection. I'm just trying to think of all the spells that would be better in its place. Counterspell.
Wait!
Not about better. It's about funny.
Okay, these would also still be equally as funny. Oh, heaven forbid you cast it on a Swords to Plowshare, because now you can play Swords to Plowshare. Ooh. You know, that great card that everybody loves, that is the best card of all times in white.
No, but anyway.
Or Path to Exile. You know, that God card, the one that defeats everything, that's so good, also in white.
It's just Assassin's Trophy, but
And in Exiles instead of Destroys.
Assassin's Trophy.
No way, man.
I also still hate that aspect. Assassin's Trophy's good. It's one of the best cards in the format. Because for this cost, you can destroy any target permanent, and then they go get a
How
land.
could this be?
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, but it's only green and a black, and it's, like, the best spec and the lowest cost for this. Oh, alright.
Yep.
Well, anyway. Since, Doc, or, what is the pirate, Hull Breacher. I think that's just what it is Hull Breacher, in fact. Yeah. He got banned because he's just too good and replaces their draw effects. Yeah. Well, I guess in this blue-black deck I can put Notion Thief. No. That costs too many colors. That's why it's not banned. Oh my fucking god. Are you guys that fucking stupid? Your argument is the same to contradict your own argument as trying to say something is good.
That's what you mean.
Oh.
Whoa!
For their argument, literally Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshare is 1,000,000 times better than Assassin's Trophy.
That's very kind.
Still a piece of shit card. Yeah, but with those I can actually see them being played. Well, I will admit and openly and honestly say this constantly. They are, pieces of shit. The white one, Generous Gift, or Beast Within, or Rabid Hybridization, or do you want me to keep going? I can give you the full list. Yeah. Yeah. I have 2.
No!
One is in the binder. And actually, I think I have 3, because I think there's 3 floating through my cards somewhere, and every time I see it, I go, Well, what good is this gonna do? I mean, I could exile... Okay, let me point this out. So your entire thing, the one argument that makes any amount of goddamn fucking sense that I've ever heard anybody say is, it allows you to get rid of a high-valued creature late game and still be able to play things. My response to that is, yes, it doesn't stop it from being a shitty card. Yeah. Congratulations. You have to wait until they have 7 mana and play a Platinum Angel in order to play a 1-cost Pongify.
Oh.
Yay. Okay. Well, what would you do? Well, I could be much more of a dick and just constantly return it to their hand, so they have to play 7 every time they want to play Platinum Angel. And then it would just get returned to their hand, and then return to their hand, and then return to their hand, so every turn they have to pay 7, and they won't be able to play as much else. And I mean, that cost me about 4, so fuck Pongify and play this. I mean, there's a lot of cards that just have better effects of Pongify that would just constantly make them have to replay. Again, I point out, don't get me wrong, Pongify can have a decent late game effect if you target something that is an end-all to end-all. Let's take one of my favorite cards to point out when a card in comparison might be good. Emrakul. A 13-cost creature coming to the battlefield that gives them an additional turn. Okay, yes, Pongify is going to be an amazing card. It's going to tell their Emrakul to suck a bag of fucking dicks. It is hilarious in that instance. I beat you with a 1-cost spell by turning your giant god-ending, H.P. Lovecraft horror monster into a monkey.
Monkey, huh?
Yeah, that's literally the effect of Pongify. For a 1-cost, it transforms any creature into a 3/3 monkey. Congratulations. Now, instead of having an eldritch being, you have a monkey. Not even a giant monkey. It's actually a regular-sized monkey at 3/3.
Here we go.
Still enough to end all of existence due to the fact of the matter that we've realized, what 1 damage in card terminology is in this. The equivalency of, like, a fucking nuclear bomb going off.
Oh, honey.
Hey, hey!
You obviously haven't been to Brazil. Anyway, Brazil getting fucked in the ass. Anyway. What? I didn't say that all of the chimps in there were monkeys. I just said all the people were. Oh. Yeah. See. The women and children are also included. That's why I had to include them. But yeah. No. Like I said, again, in these instances where, they're end-all to end-all cards, yes, certain cards can have huge amounts of advantage and repercussion. But because of that, and that niche, hole that needs to be filled with that, again, I could just play Counterspell. Or if the creature can't be countered, I could play Narset's Reversal. They've already spent the mana, and then they have to return it. Also, depending. I mean, yes, in this aspect. With Narset's Reversal, the reason why I said Gales isn't as good, you can't target commanders at all. I mean, you can essentially counterspell them with that, if you want to pay 5 for a counterspell. In that case, I should just slap you. Play Counterdict at that point, because it can't be countered.
Sorry.
The reason you can't target commanders with that is because of his secondary effect. They wouldn't stay in exile. You exile the card. State-based action occurs. They choose where it goes. They exile it, then put it back in their command zone. You cannot cast a spell because it doesn't remain exiled. It doesn't exist anymore. So, yeah, you can't target commanders with it. Again. At least with Narset's Reversal, you would play your own. Just saying. Although I think Narset's Reversal is instant or sorcery. I'm not 100% certain. You know what's really funny? I've owned a copy of Narset's Reversal for God knows how fucking long, and I still don't remember what the fuck the card does. Instant or sorcery, and then return it to its owner's hand. You may choose new targets for the copy. Oh look, it only costs 2 blue. And gets around the counter effect. Weird.
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe it's not forever. Maybe be the class clown. Also, technically, if you had
Really?
an effect that it's whenever it counters a spell, Gale's redirection doesn't counter it. It just exiles it flat out. Doesn't counter it. Which is also the same and true with Narset's reversal. So, with exile effects, you wouldn't actually gain an exile effect, or counter effect. Like, Baral. You know, the guy who's banned from Brawl? Because his name sounds too familiar. Actually, it's because he was too oppressing. Not even kidding. This lovely fucker. 1 colorless, 1 blue, legendary creature, human wizard, instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 colorless less to cast. Whenever a spell or ability you control counters a spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card for a 1/3. Yeah, he was too oppressive in Brawl, and actually, it was one of the things that I was really confused at first. Even though I owned the card for God knows how long, once again, I couldn't figure it out for the life of me, going like, how is he oppressive? And then I'm like, oh, right, because, you know, you just fill it with a shit ton of counter spells, and you can draw your entire deck while no one can play theirs.
I see.
Oh! Oh, Tinky Winky!
Are you taking
Oh,
a
Dipsy!
piss?
No, I was taking a piss. Anyway, what were you saying, Christopher Reeves? You are. I mean, I don't know why you're trying to convince Pennywise to join you, but... Checkmate. Again, if you can find a copy like I did at your local game store, pick up a copy of Camilla and build a deck around her. I think you'll enjoy it more. Because 3 costs, really not any wrong way to build her. I mean, obviously you know the basis of building her that I told you. But you can go infinite and do a lot of different things with that infinity without just focusing on Aristocrat. I don't think there's any cards that say you can get your opponent pregnant. If there is, I'm pretty sure that card's banned everywhere. Due to rape. What if they're male? This card just immediately makes target opponent pregnant. And heaven forbid you have a copy effect that targets each opponent. Worse. Even worse is if it makes it so it hits everyone. Or if it's an uncard, it can hit everyone. No, it just hits everyone. Everyone now becomes Pregnort. They become Pregante. They become Pregante and naked. Yeah, naked. Like I said, naked. Cause neck and make it.
Justine. Very well. Do you want to register? You lack patience. These are the paths you have walked.
Bacard.
This Afia
It'd be really
required.
weird if you
This
backed a
is
cake.
power.
Why? Soy on the pedestal.
Clicking made me
I'm a
dance.
loser, baby.
Look out if you want.
In fact, you didn't throw the cake. You didn't throw the cake at Beck. You threw Beck at the cake.
Will it select the skills you'd like to inherit?
No, you backed the cake. Wait, what? You're at a children's birthday party, and then you just, instead of throwing the cake, you know, at the kid or whatever, you literally just picked Beck up and just threw him into the cake. He wasn't even there initially. And after hitting the cake, he disappeared.
Yeah. You kids aren't gonna believe what I did. But
It will receive signal.
grab him by the back of the head, shove his face into the cake, and then he just
Then he just walks out the door and leaves. Not even mad. He's like, eh.
what the hell? I had to back the cake.
He's very understanding. Third time this week.
When you let people do this, sometimes people just don't back the cake.
But yeah. Ah, it's 303 for my gaming score. But yeah.
It's pretty tough.
You wish for more power than you can handle. Great things are possible.
303
Do
games.
you wish a fusion greater than your own power? Great things are possible.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
I granteth thee the cheeseth and the nuggets. I granteth thee a people. No, just a people.
It will receive now for a rebirth.
Look at all the sexy peoples. This one is wearing red. This one is wearing red lingerie. A people is the thing you look through to see people.
Oh, I thought you had to be a peephole.
That is the butthole of a peeps.
No, that's a peephole. I said pee.
That is your penis.
What is this?
That is also your
I
penis.
see. A strong persona indeed.
Are you Harambe? Because I am.
Terrible, but not impressive. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
One day you have long hair. Next you're Goatsy.
At least it wasn't Gautier. Well, you didn't have to cut me out. A guy like me could happen to know that we meant nothing.
Now for a rebirth.
Well, that's where I was going with that.
That was just the first part of the song.
Yeah, except now he's just depressed and sad that you just don't remember who he is. Because I was going to continue with it. Didn't have to stoop so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. I'm guessing I don't need your love. You treat me like a stranger and that feels so rough.
You are a stranger.
And now you're just somebody that I used to know. Somebody!
We never knew each other.
Well, how's this
It
gonna
gets
go?
even more funny if you take it biblically.
Exactly. Yeah, he's just somebody that I used to go into.
Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
You okay
Are
with
you
this?
calling me a whore? Yes. No wonder why they collected their records and then changed their number.
Are you calling me a whore? You are my whore. That doesn't help.
Just because you lay claim to something doesn't make them yours.
You wish to perform an execution. Finished for now. Justine, these are the paths you would walk.
Look at history in general. You know what?
Is
I know how Hitler could have beaten Russia real easily. Just could have.
That's enough to do it win.
No. It's always my favorite thing. Stupid logic. Things to claim them as yours. Why didn't Hitler do this to Russia? He would have won.
The inmate needs our guide who wished to perform an execution. Well, how's this gonna go?
Flying sex snakes. My favorite for that dumb joke was smallpox blankets.
Looks pretty tough.
Yeah, people weren't exactly happy with that idea.
Let's begin the search.
Thank God there were no Native American people nearby.
Persona, indeed.
I hate those scalpers. That joke sink in. Yeah. Nope. You're not a scalper. Anyway, sell these PlayStation 5 at that higher price. At a higher price?
Ah, I'll bite at a high price.
Let us begin the search.
No, I sell them at a high price.
We now have your buyer. He buys them at a high
Pretty
price.
tough.
You'll just have to go to some obscure village off somewhere in the middle of Europe or something. Watch out, I hear they have parasites.
I did honestly have the notion to put together a cosplay of that, and then just like have little trinket things that don't really matter much that I can just give to people.
No. Gotta deal with candy.
Great things are possible. Do you wish a fusion greater?
Or you just give out free candy, but then you just get to walk up to people and just flash your code open and say, "What are you buying, stranger?"
Looks pretty tough.
Great things are possible. Do you wish a fusion?
What are you buying,
Select skills
stranger?
you'd like to inherit.
Do you have Pop Rocks? Yeah, here you go. I love how many. Actually, speaking of selling things, I love the fact with like the people that I know and communicate with from time to time when they're looking for a car, if it's something I have, and obviously, you know, my ruling. If it's cheap enough, I just don't care.
Let us begin.
You know, I'm not going to give away a $20 card, obviously, because those I don't consider cheap. But the amount of times it's like, huh? Yeah. But
Oh fuck. Hey, you're building that really high defense deck. I have crab.
Crab Battle.
Crab battle.
Yes, I'm building Crab Battle. It's coming along slowly because there's only like 13 crabs in
Strong
existence.
persona, indeed.
Actually, there's like 23, but 3 of them actually can't go into the deck.
These are the paths
And
you
it
have
pisses
walked.
me off, so I could only do 20 crabs, and then it still would make no sense, but that's okay, because I don't need it to make sense.
Is this what you want?
Because this deck is just supposed to be stupid. But,
Yeah, I got to play the crab who's farm. That thing gets really annoying fast.
yeah. But, yeah, joke aside on that, yeah. The amount of times that people are like, oh, I don't really have any trade things, could I just buy the card off of you? And I'm looking at it and it's like 34 cents, and I'm like, you can just fucking have the damn thing.
What path do you want? Well,
Either I'm not using it, or the deck is usually in kind of a state of limbo because there's not enough cards that I really feel go into the deck. And a lot of times when I'm building decks, I don't like to just throw things in willy-nilly.
This deck isn't ready yet. Can't you just fill out the cards don't exist yet?
Not even that, even even certain cards where it's like, this card could go in the deck, and I'm like, is it the direction that I'm going with the deck, though? Like, I could put, let's take my Kamal Jessica deck. You know, I could put a million burn spells in there and just say, okay, the deck's complete. But that's not what I'm trying to do. Yes. That's why it's called Jessica's Whale, not Jessica's Will.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
But for that reason, you know, I can't just, like, throw in cards and just be like, ah. And it's like how people with the Elminster card, they're like, oh, put in some things with, like, really high mana cost so you can create a bunch of 1/1 fairy dragons. And I'm like, well, yeah, but those spells become unplayable. Well, no. Elminster itself, his effect is you exile the top card of your graveyard, and you create 1/1 flying fairy dragon creatures equal to its converted mana cost. His other effect is scry 2, then draw a card, I think. And then his baseline effect for him just for being in existence is whenever you scry, the next instant or sorcery spell you play that turn costs X less, where X is the amount that you scried this turn. So you could... There are a few cards that would allow you to do so, but... Well, there are a few cards that would allow you to do so, but... No. But then... But, like, okay, the first thing... Like, one of the cards I see people put in there, and they're like, oh, this card would be great. You could put Omniscience in the deck, and then you would get, like, 10 1/1 Flying Fairy Dragons. And I'm sitting here slapping people across the face. I don't think Omniscience is a bad card. I think it's a decent card. Because it allows you to play things for free. So if I'm going to do that, then why not just play Omniscience?
No slacking off.
Oh my god, I killed K-Man! I'm a bastard.
Oh no.
Oh god, you brought him back to life! You bastard! Run!
What shall we do? Here we go.
Do they actually do it towards the end, or is it just fake
Yeah.
outs the entire time?
It's fake outs until the very last one where he dies and, like, no one's paying attention.
What do you think?
Yeah. The other one that's really funny is the time that they go to the, astrology lab. Because it's, well, you know, it's the, they have the, like, show where it's the planetarium. The planetarium, that's what they're actually called.
Choose which skills to inherit.
And, like, it's hypnotizing young kids to, like, donate their time there and all of that, and they're trying to figure out, like, what the hell's going on, so it's just, it affects Cartman. Surprisingly, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny actually give a fuck. And they're trying to figure out what's going on, so Kenny's, like, there, and then they, like, use it to try to hypnotize Kenny, and all that to see what's going on, and they accidentally, like, trigger it into hyper mode and kill Kenny, and he's like, oh my god, we killed Kenny! And then, we're bastards. But, yeah. No, but anyway, with the whole Omniscience thing, another card people are like, is like, well, why not put in the, like, Omnath? Or not Omnath. That tells you how frequently I use these cards. Emrakul, Kezilek, and Ulamog. You know, because they're high mana cost, they're like 13. Well, again, they're colorless. Why not just fucking play them? Like, I put in the card 4C because it is playable outside of it, because it allows me to draw a shit ton of cards. While at the same time, I've changed it because, again, it's like 4 colorless, 2 blue in order to draw the 4 cards. But say I scry and see that it's there. I use Elminster's effect to banish it because I don't need that effect. But if I draw it on coincidence or happenstance or whatever, I can still use it to draw the cards. And because it's an instant / sorcery, if I scryed enough, I've actually reduced its cost in order to make it a playable spell.
I'll just add this.
So it's a dual-purpose effect in there, and it's like, it's one of those things where the logic of putting a card in there for the sake of running it versus the logic of being able to exile it just for his effect. It's like, I want a card that can do both. And yeah, again, with the Omniscience argument, I don't even want Omniscience in there. It defeats the purpose of the deck. If I could just play everything for free, then why don't I just play everything for free? And then why do I have him as my commander?
Choose wisely.
And that's why with me building decks, I may be able to build decks, but I think about the process and I go in there, and that's why it can take me forever to build a deck. And yes, I'm going to have to change the commander decks for Stevie and Andrew for their wedding into Brawl decks. Because there's no way I can pull out all the cards that need to be on any format of my budget by September.
We're gonna strangle him real tight.
I already have to drop $16 if I want to get the wedding wearing card just to put in one of them, because it's obviously white. Well, I wanted to be a smartass. I was like, you know, if I could, it ended up deciding not to do this, instead just putting the cards in there. Put the groom, the gown, the fanary, the bride, the wedding wing, and the wedding invitation, and make it its own little secret, or its own little secret lair thing. I gave you a wedding secret lair. Yeah. If you want to get shooed, you'll walk around making clip-clop sounds for the rest of your life.
You gonna take it out? Who's getting locked up?
Yeah.
We're gonna use the strong stuff today. Choose wisely.
It's because of the namesake of one of the cards.
All right, I'm gonna train him real good. There is an alarm. This is its powered up form.
Do you want to get shooed?
Alright. Yeah.
This
He's always getting off.
Are you certain? Alarm time, inmates. We're gonna strangle him real tight.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you at some point soon, because we pretty much have to figure out next week what's going on.
Done already? You wish to view the take a look.
No, I said.
This, how rude. There is an today we will hang them more forcefully.
Just head out sometime earlier Friday.
Your stuff. Justine, this take a look.
Yeah, well, and I was gonna say, if you decide that you want to leave Thursday night and get here, it's not like it changes anything on my plan.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just means that you,
Summon to take it then.
yeah, if you're like, oh, I got off at like, 4,
Alarm time, inmate.
I'd say
Always strive for
congratulations.
more.
It's earlier than you usually get off. Heyo!
We're gonna strangle him real tight.
And you're like, yeah, I'll head down your way or whatever. Yeah, just give me that heads up on that instance, because
Shoot for the stars.
it really just won't change anything.
Done already. You wish to. This is the path you have walked.
Giggity. But yeah, 'cause then,
Still thinking about just taking Thursday
This persona, correct?
before I left.
eh. Well, that's what I was saying, because then you'd just be here, and if there's anything, I don't know what the... Because I know signing in starts at noon, usually. They might do 10. They've done 10 recently. I know Stevie and Andrew won't get here till later because they have to work.
There isn't a lot today. We will hang them more forceful. It is what it is.
Is this the power you wish to reach? Then let us begin.
Yeah. My buddy Kenny won't be here until about midnight Friday. Well, midnight Saturday. Tom won't be here. He said he's probably not going to be able to make it this year because he's behind on bills.
Well now, a most unexpected turn of events.
Yeah, well, that's because I don't feel that it was necessary to tell you all that Tom wasn't going to be here. Because I didn't know if he was going to be here or not. I still technically don't. He might decide to show up, he might not. He said he probably wasn't going to. So, me giving the information out doesn't make a difference either way. I can only tell you what I can guarantee. And I'll still tell him to fuck off. Full house already. You, me, Kenny, Stevie, Andrew. I can't fit anyone else. I mean, I could, but I'm pretty sure that'd be a fire hazard.
What do you think?
It isn't. 2 people in the living room, or in the game room. Yes, but you and I included on any list automatically makes it a fire hazard. He's the one that fucked up my back, which is why you get the couch.
What do you want to do?
Well, less of one than I am. No, with that being stated, no. He's like, yeah, just warn the people about that would be like laying on the ground below me or anything. And I'm like, no, if you're staying, you get the mattress. I'm not going to have you fuck up someone else's back. Then I have to explain how you fucked up 2 people's backs. It was when I lived with my mom and all that, younger years, but we were watching a movie and all of that, and he was kind of dozing off, so I let him just kind of take the couch, like the whole thing, and I just kind of sat underneath it, and I was kind of playing around with my cat, so I had laid down, and he ended up rolling off of the couch. And the options were throw my cat across the room to save her because he was going to knock a table over, which she would have no time to escape, or roll out of the way and save myself. Threw the cat out of the way and took the full brunt of him landing smack in the middle of my back. About 2 weeks later, my cat died via the garage door. Wish I would have saved my back.
That's pretty tragic.
Hindsight is...
Man, I kind of want a meat bun now.
He's gonna make a deal with the devil for a meat bun.
Make yourself at home.
Okay, that was one way to take it. Either that or discussing the death of a cat makes him want a meat bun. Which, I'm not going there.
Well, I mean, it's China, or Japan, or Korea, or Taiwan, or Vietnam.
Typically Vietnam and Korea get the main front of that.
Well, China, actually, parts of Japan.
Yeah.
It's an Asian thing. Oh, you're Asian, so how does cat taste? I don't know, I eat dog. In China, if your cat goes missing, you just go to the farmer's market. Buy it back and see how it tastes. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not wrong.
No, you're beyond, or you're behind the times of the Mortal Kombat 3 did it.
Just stop your crying, it's the sign of the time.
I can't find my dog. Could you look for him? Chase leaves all around town. Bring back the dog's body from the butcher to the person. Oh no. Well, at least I get to have a nice soup later.
Which Mortal Kombat was this?
Deception.
Uh,
The one with the big open world run around.
yeah.
campaign.
See, I don't pay attention to much of Deception, because reasons.
I played quite a bit of it. I remember that because it just kind of stood out.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just don't remember a lot of it. I've played the entirety of the game, because I always thought it was funny to make Yin Kazuya. Or Ryu. Oh my god, the amount of times that I've had to explain to people that Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat doesn't exist.
Are you talking about
Hey!
Armageddon?
Sure.
I think that was when you could make your own.
Yes, that one is that, but I also don't remember Deception because of that.
It's the one with Shinjinko and you
Yeah.
can copy everyone's things. The main boss was the Dragon King. Yeah, the bastard to fight, actually.
All right.
Final bosses.
Your mom was... Yeah.
But it didn't feel half as
Hey!
unfair as Shao Kahn and MK9.
Or, you know... Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey, let's have the boss be really fast and have a wide variety of attacks and let him hit you from any from the map and also make him hit like a freight train.
Oh, so Nightmare.
Yeah, pretty much.
But, yeah. No.
All
Yeah,
right.
Armageddon also has the Dragon King. Onaga.
Oh yeah, Armageddon's got literally everyone.
And his name was Onaga. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just know people tend
Later.
to know Dragon King and not necessarily Ornaga.
Mm-hmm. But, yeah. Yeah, the amount of times that I had to inform people that Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat wasn't a real thing is astounding.
I never even heard of this.
There's a
Why
lot of
is it such a common rumor?
because Street Fighter versus Capcom, Street Fighter versus SNK, Street Fighter versus Tekken. Well, that's cross Tekken.
Yeah, I know those are real.
Yeah. Then you have Mortal Kombat versus DC.
Yeah,
You have
What
like,
are your thoughts?
yeah.
it's right there.
There's like a million different versus games, and this was actually even before Tekken and DC were things, and there were a couple people I knew who kept insisting it. I'm like, no, they're not, and I even pulled it up on the internet for them and showed them that they weren't real. They're like, I remember playing it. I'm like, no, you just probably remember seeing someone playing fucking Armageddon.
Hey, inmate!
People are stupid and like to try to argue with me, which just makes them even more dumb.
You're certain.
Funny. Whenever you
Just these are the paths you such rudeness. The inmate needs you wish to perform
Oh,
an
you know.
execution. What path do you want?
that's really kind of distracting.
You wish to change your mind? You'd like to read here. Such rudeness. Read here.
Eh.
I'm zooming in right now. I don't hear anything. I heard it again. I'm not role-playing the psycho. I'm legitimately hearing it.
This persona?
I'm going,
Please
stepping
be
away to
quiet.
eat. Oh. So,
Oh, really? What's her name?
Then
I don't know what that
accept this
means.
persona.
I'm leaving anyway, so good night. Or good morning, whatever.
Well, if you're not back by the time I get back as it is, have a good night. But, anyways.
I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I might just sit around for a while. I might hit my head against the wall. There's an hour and a half before reset for the lovely jubbly PSO2, and there's 30 minutes before the reset of
Okay. I'm gonna get going, but
Fire Emblem. So
yeah. Oh, later.
Hard to say.
yes. I didn't reset my brain. It did knock a few things loose, though. Still haven't found those screws. Well, my magical teleportation powers. It's a Scrooge. What? It's a screw, and on the tethering it has the word "you." Screw you. Screw you. What could this mean? Doesn't have to be female. No, the sheep is gonna screw you. That's why I said it doesn't have to be a female. Yes, a female sheep is a ewe. Male is a ram. Screw you, man. Yeah, I don't know why. I think maybe because it was a conversation of people having which game is better. Yeah, I love this. There's even a fake Wikipedia for it. It is a crossover fighting game with NetherRealm Studios' Mortal Kombat and Capcom Street Fighter. The gameplay is similar to both series. The game will be released for Super PC, PlayStation 7, and Xbox 4. They couldn't even spell throne right because it's M. Bison's throne room. Man, I gotta love those throne rooms. Oh yeah, Shao Kahn's throne room. That must be like a Lier's chair. Lier's chair. You know? A chair for people who don't tell the truth. Lier. Hate when people call him Lier as well. Yeah. I've accepted that people are stupid, but they're like, oh yeah, no. Oh, you're playing a Lier deck. You mean a liar deck? No, it's clearly Lier. Oh, you mean the way that a liar is spelled? No, obviously it's Lier. L-I-E-R spells liar, not Lier. Now, if it were L-E-I-R, I could understand you saying that. It'd still be immensely stupid, but... Yeah, but that just happens with everyone. Haven't you had a 15-long-minute discussion about your name? Yeah. Oh, your name wasn't Alexander Appleton? No. Must have been thinking about that other guy. Anyway. Yeah. Wixler. It's Wixler. You mean Whistler. No, it's got an X in it. Yes, but in this instance, the X is pronounced as S. It's Whistler, not Wixler. No, it's W-E-X-L-E-R. The person will even tell you their name is Whistler. Alright. What's your name? Oh, it's actually pronounced Mozambique. Okay, that has none of the same letters. You go fuck yourself. Yeah. Disciple of the Drowned. L-I-E-R. Liar. Drooned. The Drooned. He doesn't know where he comes from. He's just everything. Lier. Despicable Decibel. It's obviously Lier. Let me guess, you're going to tell me that his name is pronounced Lier Decibel of the Drooned? No, obviously it's Disciple of the Drowned. Oh! So his name is Liar! I before E, except in every terminology where this doesn't exist because fuck the rules. They told me it was Igor. Well, they're wrong now, aren't they? But yeah, that when people call him Lier, I've just given up trying to correct people because I'm just like, it's liar. It's in reference to either being a liar and or a reference to the musical instrument. Oh, look, I looked it up.
Liar.
Oh, weird. Here, let me
Liar.
press that again. Oh, wait, what was that?
Liar. Liar. Liar.
I don't know if this thing is admitting to being a liar or...
Liar. 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 Liar.
Oh, no.
Liar.
I closed the speaker and now it won't say anything.
Liar.
Oh, wow, that's really weird. Okay, I did not know my phone would do this. Oh, I see. That is really dumb. So, the camera is also considered part of the touchscreen. That's dumb. Anyway, yeah, really weird. But actually, how do you spell the captain's name? I don't want to find the hard copy that you gave me. Four. Always going to remember Wilhelm. Oh, yeah. I keep them around. You can't actually use them as cards, but when we play, I just, like, fuck it, I'll just use these. I can build a deck around them, and if I don't have it, then I can just use those. But official tournament rules, you can't. It's a big no-no. Hold up. NG. Okay. N apostrophe GHAR. Okay. And Grathwold. He's a scavenger. He's lawful evil. Yeah, he's a foot pirate. A miniature of a captain and a miniature of miniature giant space hamster. Yeah, I was hoping that their Wikipedia would give a more pronounced version of his name, because sometimes they do it, but it does not. Why do I have to explain this? People. No, in the description, he's clearly carrying a cutlass, and they're like, he carried a rapier, and I'm like, if you want to use the world's broadest terminology for it, then yes, technically it's a rapier, closer to a saber, but I will make an exception. Everything's a katana. Had to explain that to my nephew. Because he was talking about like katana, like a katana, and I was like, technically everything is a katana, and he's like, what? I was like, yes, if we wanted to be technical on it, the Japanese word that you are using is just the description for sword, so you want to buy a sword. Which is even more funny, because when people say chai tea, it's not actually even Japanese, it's Chinese. If you wanted the most closest thing to, well, just Asian tea possible, it'd be oolong, because you would have 3 separate ones. And what people refer to as chai tea is actually an Indian drink that includes masala. But yeah. I'll see if I can find how to pronounce his name properly. Oh, wow, they did include Aberration in there. Huh. Really weird. Didn't think they would. Didn't think that card would ever get a 15th fucking reprint. Okay. I can't help but laugh at this. Quick to see the spoiler. Captain Niggerrod is bad. There are 3 reasons they are not worth playing unless you enjoy a deck building challenge with no expectations of success in the game. Hold up, give me a moment. I'm gonna go in here, pull up his card real quick. You still there? Okay. Let's see. Now where's Niggerrod? Wow. Here's Niggerrod. Okay. Horrors you control have menace. Yeah, that's absolutely positively the worst effect you could ever have. I mean, it's not like he himself is a horror. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Well, I mean, obviously, he's got to have a bad side, right? Whenever a horror you control deals combat damage to a player, that player mills that many cards. I mean, okay. Don't see how that's bad. That'd be like the equivalency of saying whenever a horror deals combat damage, you just get to freely kick your opponent in the dick until they start crying. Now let's see. I mean, so obviously there has to be something bad about this, right? At the beginning of your end step, choose target artifact or creature card in opponent's graveyard that was put there from their library this turn. Oh, okay, obviously that has to be the worst part. Put it into the battlefield under your control. Okay, if you're giving them menace and then attacking them, so they have to be blocked by 2 or more creatures, and say... I mean, the only way that you could make this more funny is with Blade of Selves. Well, not just that, it's just target artifact or creature. But there's actually more efficient ways than Fractured Sanity. In fact, Fractured Sanity is kind of a dumb card in here, don't get me wrong. Let's just put in... remember how I said the Blade of Selves? Put it against... I have the 1 copy. It's like fucking... I'll look up the price. I know. Well, you can order them. There's this thing called the internet. $132. Well, actually, no. Do you really want to know? The lowest printing price of it is $3.56. And it should be relatively easy for you to find a copy, just not a copy of this version. Remember, this is a reprint. It was printed in Commander 2015 and Commander Anthology. Which the lowest listing price for those online would be $6 and $7 respectively. The lowest listing price on Blade of Selves for this off of TCG Player. Mind you, I will recommend using TCG Player or Channel Fireball. Those are the two places that I actually respect. They haven't given me any problems. I haven't had anybody try to fuck me over. Didn't have to stoop so low. And they don't... Yeah. Nagath Rod. Nigger Rod, like I said. But, yeah, with them, the lowest listing for a copy of Blade of Selves itself, ironically, is $2.74. Oh yeah, by the way, you said you wanted Pasha. This is their sell price. It's not the actual market price, though. I always go by market price when determining a card, because if you go by sell price, you know, whatever. It doesn't really determine its value because you're not going to pay for that. Anyway, Tasha the Bitch Queen. $2.70 for the lowest listing off of TCG. I'm not going to lie. I paid, while it was $4.90 market price, I paid $4.11, and that was to ship it. Oh, Elminster, my boy. The lowest listing price is $1. Market price is $1.69. Nice. Nice. But yeah. Oh, and he's also a 3/6 for Nagath Rod at a 5 cost. I forgot to mention. Has anybody ever heard of this really amazing card that recently came out? I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of this. It's called Mirror Box. Has anybody ever heard of it? No? You in the back? How about you? No? No one? No one? Just says, fuck the legendary rule? Fine. That could be 1,000,001 different ones. It's an Azorius card. Okay, you're white and blue. Yeah, it has Detain, essentially. That is every single one printed in Ravnica. Take your pick. I could do that twice as efficiently with a single blue spell. Pongify. That was the joke. That's why Pongify's a piece of shit. Anything you're gonna target other than the commander, okay, but you can't target the commander. Why? Because they're just gonna replay the fucking commander and now they have a 3/3 monkey. If it destroys, it's not worth it. That's why I don't even waste counter spells on fucking commanders unless I absolutely have to. Oh, you're gonna play this commander once. Okay, it has an ETB. Okay, whatever. Just get it over with. Oh, it's a recurring effect? Oh, I can't let you do that. But yeah. No. Yeah, well... It's like I say. Yeah. Well, and we were gonna be honest and sit here and talk about making a deck perfect. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the decks that you would have to design would be well into the multiple thousands of dollars just because of certain cards. You can still have a perfect deck that does that. No. I'm just saying perfect only means most optimized. If we were going to build the ideologically perfect deck, it would for one have to be 5 colors, for two it would have to be absolutely flawless, so there's no way to actually stop it. And for three, it would have to have essentially a turn 1 win, and you'd have to get it every single time. Now that we factored all of that out of there, there's absolutely no deck that can do that. I mean, the closest one, if you really wanted to be an asshole and say, well, this one would be it, would be Morophon Slivers. And surprisingly, guess what I don't see a lot of floating out there? Everyone's like, oh, I'm going to play Sliver Queen. Oh, I'm going to play the Hive Lord. Oh, I'm going to play... And I'm just sitting there going, I'm going to play Morophon, you dumbasses. Why? Then I can put the rest of them in the 99 and play them for free. Almost like if you read the card, you understand what the card does. Okay, let me rephrase that. If you read the card, it tries to explain what the card does. There are some people who just don't understand anything that is explained to them. It's a frog demon. It really doesn't need to be in the deck. No, it's a whore. Well, I mean, if you want to call it that, but... Well, for one, this is a demonic frog. Clearly and obviously. This one has tentacles on its face, and going... And this one has tentacles on its voice, and going... And this one just keeps telling me he's Zoidberg. Zoidberg. Look, let's admit it. For your Captain Nugs, you gotta get a custom sleeve, so that way you can just have it recreated, where it still says his name, but it's just a picture of Zoidberg. That way, whenever someone's like, oh, what are you playing? I'm playing Zoidberg! Yeah, makes sense. But yeah. No. Again, as I said, I wouldn't say any of my decks except for Urza is probably power level 10. And it's not because they aren't good, obviously. The only decks that I would ever say that, like, oh, you know, you couldn't go competitive with an EDH deck is, well, anything really below, like, 2. 3 might still stand a chance. But, you know, power level 1, the only kind of decks I really put in power level 1 are if you filled the entire deck with 99 lands. Did you die? Yeah. And then at that point, there are some creature decks that actually, like, a single commander does benefit off of it having 99 lands, and you can create creature lands and all that in there as long as it's a 5-color deck, and blah, blah, blah. That's why I say they're power level 1. You know, power level 2 is a step above, and so on and so on. And the only reason why I actually find it pretty hard to ever give a deck an actual power rating of 10 in terminology is because what it has to do has to be done flawlessly. You know? And the only reason why I say my Urza is a power level 10 is because once it starts doing pretty much anything, it's super hard to stop it from continuing. And that's, again, because I do have stacks in it. I'm not saying all stacks are going to be a power level 10, because heaven forbid I've seen people who are running stacks cards and they end up fucking themselves more often than me. Alright, I'll just play this so nothing can be untapped. Do you have a way to untap it so that way it's not tapped during your turn? Well, no.
These are the paths you have walked.
Yeah, one back.
You want to register it?
Ah! It's a wild Cayman! Quick, throw the Pokeball at it!
Register this? The inmate needs they will be
but yeah.
reborn. They will be reborn.
So, and again, with my Urza deck, you know, there are some cards I could definitely replace, but I fine-tuned it in such a way that I can, A, get recursion, B, you know, there's not much of anything that you're going to stop without feeling the full wrath of
What?
like when you asked, oh, if I destroy that, is that okay? No, because after your turn, you're pretty much fucking with my mana base. I will come at you with the full might, and then you saw, literally, with that, I just kept tapping it and keeping it as mana. It's like, yeah, it's my mana base now. I now can use this, and I can... But yeah.
Is this a fee?
With Wilheld, actually, your pop it thing, there's that black one that if you don't have a zombie with decay on the field, you create one. Yep, and with Nephilia, the dude with necrophilia. Yeah.
Now choose.
Well, that's
They will be reborn
Yeah.
anew.
That's why I was literally saying when I said you would like this deck if you rearrange it, and as I said, as you can see, a Treza or whatever the one in there is, doesn't have room in the deck when you rebuild it properly. I mean, it's a good card, but there's not enough surveillance in it, so you're pretty much never going to get the surveillance thing. The only thing that's going to trigger the surveillance is itself.
Real card, huh? You change your mind? Are you finished?
Yes, Strata, Treza, the one you gave me.
Fine, inmate.
Legendary creature, something sleuth or whatever. She has surveil. Hold up. I gotta stop lying. Give me one moment. I know where the deck is. Well, roughly where the deck is. It's slow to be built because I gotta shift things around and stick walruses in places. And until recently, that would have been absurd.
Yes.
I gotta put a walrus. Oh yeah, well you can stick a walrus in your deck. There's no walrus. What's this card then? That appears to be a walrus. And I'll be damned. Well, it's not like it can go in any deck, so I mean, it's a colorless artifact. Well, holy shit. It's the mana dork. Eloise. Your mom doesn't help.
Nice. Nailed it.
Eloise,
Knew you could do it.
Nephilia Sleuth. Legendary human rogue, 3 colorless, 1 blue, 1 black. Whenever another creature you control dies, investigate. Whenever you sacrifice a token, surveil 1. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
so much fun.
And then I wanted to build the legendary zombie turtle, but I just couldn't. The way that I wanted to do the deck, it was just too much split. It wouldn't work.
I did put the zombie turtle in. That's funny to me.
Yeah.
It can actually be pretty cheap.
Yeah, and there's no rule against having pet cards. I mean, let's just put my Thieving Otter as one.
Yep.
Why did you put Thieving Otter in this deck? It makes no sense. Because it's an otter that steals shit. What's not to like?
So recently, Goblin Game was in my Goblin deck specifically just because.
Yeah.
I did remove it because I have the promise.
Which one? Oh. Yeah. The blue, green, red monstrosity. Mm-hmm. Or the blue, red, green monstrosity that I told you. How would you like to kill things? Goblin Rock Cannon. What does that mean? I mean, I wouldn't put it in there, but yeah. Crack. I gotta start working on that further than I have, because, oh my god, that's a pain in the ass. I gotta, yeah. I don't know if he's gonna be directly my commander or Eltrade is. Both are equally hilarious. Well, I can help you. I can look through the card database, draw out a plan, and then you can figure out what the fuck you want to do from there. And there's a lot of different ones that can go well with him. It just depends. Depends. I mean, do you want to be a smartass and go red-blue? That's the one I was running, was a red-blue deck, because of the Wishful Djinn that I really love. But if you want to do a secondary commander with him, you'll have to pick up a copy of Shakashima. No, you would want to do Sakashima with him. If you're gonna run red-blue. Yeah.
Hey. Well then.
With it, you could include Goblin Banneret, but the reason why I said you would actually want to go red-blue is also because of Goblin Electromancer. Oh my god, I don't know how to spell goddamn Shakashima. I mean, there are other blue cards with partner, but Sakashima would just be the best. Sakashima of 1,000 Faces. Normal price tag for him is just $19.75. He's only ever been printed once.
Yep.
I could tell you this without looking at it off of this. 3 colorless, 1 blue. I couldn't tell you his attack and defense other than this. I also know he's a legendary human rogue, but he is a 3/1 just because I have that open. And he says, fuck the Legends rule. The Legends rule does not apply to permanents you control, and when he enters the battlefield, you may have it as a copy of another creature you control, except it has Sakashima of 1,000 Faces' other abilities. Uh-huh. Or if you do run the blue, you could get, you could put Karaku Artificer in there and turn the thumb into a 3-cost flying artifact, and then create a copy of it with Sakashima. I don't think it actually works. I just wanted to be a smartass with that. Because you'd have to, well, with it, you would have to put in the one that gives other artifact work, or other artifacts you control +1/+1, otherwise it'd enter the battlefield as a 0/0. Because where it gained the subtype, it only gained +1/+1 counters from there, so it's base and attack, or base and defense. Although, if you were going to be a true smartass with it, you could put other cards that changed all your artifacts into this. So that way you now have a Goblin game where the carnival prizes fight you. Yeah. Don't say this. Don't say that it wouldn't be what the goblins would do. Oh, what do goblins do? They blow things up. Alright, well this is Goblin Carnival. So what happens if I win? The prize blows you up. Why would I want to play this? We don't tell you the prizes blow you up until they blow you up. Wow.
Can I really do this? Excuse me!
Have you ever had a 3/3 fucking Firestone being thrown at you? What? I mean, no. Well, here comes the fire emerald. What? Or the fire diamond. What is that even? Ow, did you just throw that at me? No, it was a flying creature, obviously. Makes no sense. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, see, there you go. Stuffy doll. I told you. I told you. You could make a better, and yeah, doing it with Sakashima. Please don't do it with Sakashima. I know they're a clever impersonator, but... No, I just meant don't do it with Sakashima. Including yourself. What? Well, you constantly do that enough on your own. Oh no.
I'm surprised did he disconnect, or did he say he was going?
He was gonna go a while back, but I think he just DC'd. He'll probably message me here in a second.
If you...
If I will love shrink. His finger slipped. Anyway, what have you been up to?
Not much. Working Persona 5. Well,
I don't know if I told you, but
what?
PSO2 will be coming to PlayStation 4 the end of next month.
Oh, I guess I could actually start playing, huh?
Well, I mean, you could do it online anyway. It already has crossplay.
Yeah.
But if it has crossplay with PS4, then that just means I'll be able to play with you guys easier and not have to worry about save data crossing from Xbox to PlayStation. If it doesn't, then I'll just have to start something new on the PlayStation, but I doubt it'll work that way.
You're
Marshall and Andre's Carnival. Now let's get down to business. I ain't got no time to play around. What is this?
Hey, hey! Well then.
Woot, woot, that's the sound of the police. Now hoot, hoot, that's the sound of the beast.
The members seem to be doing well now. I do a phone consultation with them from time to time, and they're all very cheerful. That goes for my fortune teller customers as well. I've been getting thanked a lot more lately, even by the people who get bad fortunes, particularly when I tell them they can alter their fate.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So Persona been
All I
treating
used
you
to say
well then?
before was that they were going to face misfortune. I had a best friend in the town I used to live in. She was the first person I read a fortune for.
I said, has Persona been treating you well then?
Yeah, it has.
When she started avoiding
That's
me,
good, that's good.
I read the fortune of our fate. It was a terrible result. But I prayed that it would somehow work out. However, that never happened. That's when I started to believe that fate couldn't be changed. No surprise though, right? Because I didn't take action on my part to try and change it. I haven't talked to her in years. Maybe I'll try contacting her sometime.
I don't remember specifically what all needs to be done within the thing to unlock all of the bonus content.
For the gather from Persona Royal, the main feature is get Maruki to rank 9.
The power of conviction is amazing.
So I think you can only get him to rank 9 once on the 11th.
There's that whole additional trimester.
Yeah, on the 11th.
I will no longer be swayed.
And I know you can get Mosquito Boy back into your party.
Pancakes.
I am simply
yes,
a
his name is
fortune teller who
Pancakes.
provides advice to people with broken spirits.
Yeah.
Don't know what you were responding to Pancakes to, but...
Oh no, I like the joke of him as Pancakes.
So that they will have conviction and face their future without getting pushed around by fate. That's the fate I've chosen for myself.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, it's your turn to speak. What would your conviction be as a phantom thief? Sorry. I used fortune telling to find out your true identity. I couldn't help but think that you had something to do with the chairman's confession. Then I discovered that you're the trickster who causes a sensation in the world. It was
I don't know how much of his storyline you know.
What was that?
I don't know how much of his storyline you know. The one who has Loki as his partner.
Yeah, I know what happens to him in the end in the original.
Okay, yeah. You can get him back into your party.
Finally struck home for me.
He bites the dust though. I don't even know what the explanation for why he comes back is.
Got you good, didn't I? But I don't care what your true identity is. As long as you're around, I can always be my true self. So?
Sipping on gin and juice.
Only the fate of the Phantom Thieves is rather unclear.
Again, I haven't widely played Royal as much as I should.
Facing both heaven and hell. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. I'm sorry. I really can't read this sequence. However, I'll be by your side. As the fortune teller who changes fates, I will guide you so you can avoid misfortune.
vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of fortune, granting thee infinite power.
All right. All right.
Still, what a strange sequence the cards were in when I read the fortune about your true identity. Several cards with strong personalities gathered around the trickster. It's quite improbable. It was almost as if it were trying to connect them together. You either have amazing charisma, or you're a trouble magnet. The verification tests are over, but don't forget about me, okay? Please, visit again sometime. Goodbye!
Da, da, da.
Hey!
I didn't know if I told you I got the legendary Xander.
Oh, you didn't tell me about that, but congrats.
It wasn't my intention of getting him.
I wanted to get like the E tree, but I didn't really have enough orbs to really put a concentrated effort. Then I even decided to got bored and I tried my hand the summer banner. No luck. I either wanted Niffle or the Sora Loki duo. So I was aiming for colorless or blue.
Yeah.
I got no luck on the so far on it, but I would like to at least get one before I stop pulling.
Yeah.
Why don't you try? This is it. Exactly.
Wow.
It's simultaneously hot as hell, but not hot enough to do anything in here.
Nice going.
I also kind of like that in Persona Royal I could kind of cheat thanks to the network on classroom questions, so I can't really do that when exams come.
There's this really cool thing called the internet.
Yeah, I know that. I've been using that.
Hey.
Let's just all admit that we all cheat. Because some of the goddamn questions that they ask are so fucking insane that you have to.
Yeah, none of them are like...
Indeed. I see.
What is Japan's national diet?
What?
I don't know what the fuck Japan eats.
What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is the wrong question. Or that is the wrong answer. It is the politicians building for their government. That is such a rigged fucking question that what the fuck?
I should write something.
You want to know the people who would know this? The people who live in Japan. You know why they would know this? Because it's kind of a requirement for them to know. You want to know who wouldn't know this? Anyone who's never been to Japan or going into politics. What? Then the next question is like, what activity did Nero try to get put into the Olympics? Like, what? Oh yeah, no, the answer is singing. Do you want to know how you would know that? Being a Greek history buff. Though again, 90% of the people who are going to be playing this game would have no fucking clue.
Sounds like, you know, the only way you'd really get the stuff is if you actually were taking the classes in game, but they don't have. But that would be a bit too boring, wouldn't it?
No, even if you pay attention to what the teacher is saying, doing that, 90% of the time, the question doesn't match up with what they've said. So you can get a question, you'll be sitting there in class and all that, and it's like, hamburgers are an ancient meat dish created by the nomads who would put the meat patties under their saddles while riding with other seasonings and all that, and when they were done, they could, you know, throw it out and cook it up. Wow. You know? And it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. The question that comes to it is, in Hamburg, Germany, you're sitting there going like, the only thing that this has in common is Hamburg. Wow. In Hamburg, Germany, where do you go for voting? You're like, what the fuck is that question? I mean, that's not an exact reference. I'm just using it as like the point-to-point ratio.
I mentioned one thing, and the question is entirely different.
Yeah, they like have maybe one correlation. And yeah, it's like, okay, and then the few times where, you know, the correlation is correct, you know, like I said, with like, what did Nero try to add to the Olympics? Yeah. It's like, which is an actual, actual question that is in there. You know, they phrase it and they're like, oh yeah, he was an emperor of many things. He did this, and this, and he was an expert singer. And then the question will be phrased like, you know, what activity did Nero, like, okay, he could be like a ballet dancer, discus thrower, long jumper, and singer. And then it's like, oh, okay. And then the question for it would be like, what activity did Nero try to get put into the Olympics so he could participate? And then it'll be the list of all four, and you're sitting there trying to go, what? The only way you're going to know this is because obviously singing isn't in the Olympics.
Yeah.
But you're like, he did all four of them. Like, okay, how would I know? Maybe he succeeded in getting the other one implicated. But it's because of the way that it's phrased. And it's like, oh, but the phrasing told you what you needed to know. And I'm like, if my teacher put that question in front of me in school, I would have bitch slapped them in the next week. I mean, I would have taken up the paper and just stapled it to their forehead saying, passed. Because that is such a stupid, rigged fucking question that, you know... Oh, but it's a question on how well you can read what's being asked of you. Okay, if I wanted to do that, I would take English, not history. You're asking me a history question while trying to give me a grammar lesson. I don't want to split focus. In fact, schools that do that actually have a lower average rating on their testing scores because it's a fucking stupid-ass way to teach. You don't teach the kids two different things at one time. By doing that, all you teach them at that point is whatever they know is wrong, so why fucking try? I know when my teacher tried to pull the weather crap for like the spelling thing, I'm like, hey, it's not a question of whether or not we know this at this point, it's a question of whether or not you're actually going to give us an example that doesn't try to fucking bullshit us. And then you immediately changed the example because I'm like, yeah, you still wouldn't be able to tell us which one was which one you wanted. If we put one of them down and it's the wrong one, oh, congratulations, we failed. I still couldn't spell weather. I can spell weather as in the weather outside, W-E-A-T-H-E-R. But the other weather, I just never remember how it's spelled because I don't care. It's like W-E-T-H-E-R or something. I don't remember.
And I got Yusuke to 9.
Alright.
So how'd you enjoy my little pop-up in the middle of your streaming?
What pop-up?
When I sent you the message last time? About kicking babies down the escalator.
Oh, the text.
There's going to be a very weird conversation in your stream about that.
Yeah, I didn't have anybody to talk to, so I never mentioned it or said it anything aloud. Because I don't usually have my mic hooked up. I've been thinking about trying to have it hooked up a little more, just so I can.
No. I just know you were streaming the game, and like if you were putting it on your YouTube or something, that thing's just gonna pop up randomly.
Yeah, it was my text message. If I didn't, of course, it's on the TV screen. I mean, now it's mentioned.
Now there's gonna be a question of why babies are being kicked down escalators. There's also gonna be a rant of me explaining why stupid people are stupid.
I see.
Don't do drugs! Unless your pencil tells you to.
Huh.
Don't do drugs. Do drugs. Drugs! Remember, kids, I'm a positive influence. Positively, don't do 90% of what I say.
Oh.
So yeah, I took my test thing to see like what jobs would be suitable for me and all that, and I gotta love the fact of the second one. One of the highest up jobs that I would be a great match is explosives engineer. I mean, I already can't hear in my left ear, so the joke's on them. Do we really want to give the pyromaniac dynamite? Not really. He's good at his job, though. Why? Well, he set up everything so we could just demolish this in like one fell swoop without any negative repercussion. What does that mean? Well, what would have ordinarily taken us a day took us about 2 hours.
Don't give it to me.
You do realize he's standing there with a lit stick of dynamite. Yeah. He's gonna throw it in a second.
Oh yeah? Hmm?
Kaboom!
Oh yeah?
The other one was a dental technician. I was like, yes, trust me with people's like dentures and all that. Wow, these dentures are perfect. Yes. Now to apply the super glue. Well, that would explain a lot. I don't have my window open. Oh, right.
What's the temperature?
Fire. 69.
You'd like to read the complete
So that
here.
means it's like 80 degrees in my house. I'd sit up and open the window, but...
You're just gonna let it be this way? Heroes.
Is this what you want?
Oh,
your power.
There, now your stream watchers will get a lovely taste of Fire Emblem Heroes sound.
Yeah,
Some modification, huh?
I'm really getting it now.
Finished for now. Are you finished? What? It is time, inmate.
Tempest Trials.
I've made an auto team for it. It can semi-reliably do the second highest difficulty at least.
Don't give it to me.
It seems to do well at the third highest. But I need to actually get into make that thing run some more. So I can actually get as many ores as I can.
Well then.
For all the generations. Yuri, you're my favorite toy.
I got
a little
second.
bit disappointed that everyone got one.
Alright. I was wondering why I had 2 Yuris. I kind of forgot I had a second one because of that. On a side note, since I'm going to at least use my second Yuri, just so I can actually have a decent attack, an extra decent attacker on the resonance battles for 3 houses. Because really my only decent attackers for it is Lysithea and Yuri. I know there's and I don't have anything for Mirages, Fire Emblem Mirages.
Don't even have Fel Edelgard.
I have her, but the problem is, I guess it's moving fast. I guess Edelgard's biggest gripe is, well, I guess she doesn't pair well with humans. Also,
really.
and I don't have a dancer to help make up for dancer singer from 3 houses or Mirages to help move things along.
I mean, you do know her built-in ability when she
has to be
stride.
Yeah, she has to be have no one adjacent to her. Well.
Yeah, but with 1 turn and everyone else moves, she gains that. I mean, literally after her first, literal movement. Oh, generation. Plus, she makes a good powerhouse on herself. And actually, you wouldn't even need that if you have... Oh, well, I forgot. You could put, Nickety Knock, Don't Talk Smock. You could put anybody who, forced movement, Smite or anything, right behind her. Or near her, and then just knock her out of the way. Then she'd just gain the extra movement herself naturally. Also, you don't have Saros or Rhea? Either of her forms?
I do have Saros, but... I guess I never really...
Saros is dragon.
Yeah.
And she actually has an okay starting ability. A lot of people used her. For legendary carries. I use her a lot still just because. Really weird when, like, you know, a lot of people don't seemingly have Nanya.
Oh, what?
Nana.
Yeah, Nana.
Alright.
You know, the full-fledged anti-Edelgard, fuck you.
Yeah, that reminds me, I actually need to do... I should actually bother doing Arena some more. Because I actually haven't been doing it.
I don't think Nana's any good. Why would you run Nana? I don't know, maybe because the people who are stupid enough to run fucking Edelgard fear the ever-living hell out of her.
Man, if I knew doing the devil would give me charm beforehand, I would have put less effort into my charm raising.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Hindsight's a bitch.
Yeah.
What? I won't disappoint. Oh, after all of this time and the long time waiting, there was a while back I ended up getting Zelgaius.
Black Knight helmetless, right?
Uh-huh. I wanted him for, like, ever, and I could never get a copy of him. Like, every time he popped up, the banner, I either just didn't have enough or whatnot, and then he became, 4-star, 5-star switch. And I got lucky. Got him. I was like, yay! Trying to remember all of the people that...
Do you know the answer?
Because, yeah, there's not a whole lot of dragons or beast tribe in Three Houses. You know,
very good.
Cyros, Rhea... End of sentence. Rhea now has 2 forms, her Fell form and her Halloween form. Zero still only has 1. I won't disappoint. Still haven't gotten around to finishing 3 Hopes. I think for the Abyss DLC that they have, well, not the Abyss DLC since they aren't DLC characters, but for Abyss, I think there's 1 in each path, because Heidi, or whatever her name is, the magic user for this, obviously, is, you unlock her kind of early, but I went down, obviously, the Dimitri path, because Dimitri's my boy.
You know, I actually started with him. I still need to actually play Three Houses proper.
Yeah, so do I.
I probably won't be able to stream that because I don't know how to stream record off without using anything built in.
Well, you'd have to set a connection link through your TV, essentially. It would require you being able to connect through either a capture card via your TV or a capture card via your PC. You could link it both ways, but that would also cost a little bit extra if you get what I'm saying. Because you'd have to buy them. But yeah. Three Hopes is actually good because it has a multi-class system, so I mean, yeah.
Wow, all those farming, and all those tomato plants, and I only get one tomato.
Well, you know, tomato magic. The bitch.
Yeah, I'm having Haru grow plants for me on the school rooftop.
Like I said, you know, tomato farming, bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to choose blue or red.
Thank you.
Upper right or bottom right?
Upper right.
Oh, yeah, it's Oscar. I never wanted Oscar. Not that I think he's worthless. Left or right?
To be honest,
Okay, man.
Yeah, what?
Left or right?
Left.
Ah, look, it's Arthur. And he said, "Hey, what a wonderful time of day, where we can learn to laugh and play, and get along with each other." Well, let's all admit it. We all want to do the 2nd anniversary for the castle. A little disappointed we didn't get an Abyss. I know, the design you chose for yours is definitely the mechanical, didn't you?
Talking about my castle setup?
Yeah.
I actually don't remember what it is.
All the stupid designs. Special orbs offer. Oh, let's go into the shop. Okay, let's see. Special orb promo. Oh, for $10 they can get 22. No. No, form a soul pack. Oh, for $30. How about no? Oh, customization support comes with male bailiff for $9.
I'm not so sure.
No. Well, that's even more dumb. You don't even actually get a copy of him, you just get a fucking manual. That's dumb. Summoner support pack. No. Summoner or promo bundle for $12.99. You get 30 orbs and then a bunch of other useless crap. Let's see. Resplendent heroes. You know, all the people who have armor based off of the standard game.
Alright.
There is only one of these that would even be worth the time and hassle at this point to get a quote-unquote bonus character for. And that is because she is the only one with the weapon of that type, and that would be Faye. Thea.
What is it?
She has the fire sweep bow.
Oh. I remember her. I originally kind of built her up to be a ranged defense unit. Since I got her refine.
Yep. She is the only one that has fire sweep though.
Because I couldn't really. She didn't feel very strong enough to be an offensive type. She has it, but I don't feel like she was making the best use of it.
Well, there's several ways you could build her that she would be. Especially now, because, you know, Xion, he exists. Let's just call him Shannon from now on. Because he hates beasts, which makes him a dick. So I refuse to call him anything else. But because of his Deadeye, he becomes really good. In fact, you could actually go with almost a standard build for him and be golden. Give her Fire Sweep, Deadeye, Attack Speed Solo or whatever, times Pulse, and then as B put in whatever you want.
Hey, hey!
You take care now.
That sure is something.
Prevention is key. What shall we do? What shall we do?
Because with that combo, with the Deadeye, if you triggered it every single turn... Actually, are there any B skills that reduce cooldown cost?
There isn't.
By one? That's what I thought. Which means it'd have to be an A skill instead. You put an A skill that a bow user can use that reduces the one.
Okay.
Or grants cooldown acceleration by 1, and then give time pulse.
Damn it.
And then every turn she would automatically have a Deadeye active. And since nothing could respond, you would deal the double damage, and if by some strange chance it survived, you know, you'd have your Deadeye next turn. Huh. I wonder if that build ever got updated. I just realized. I don't think they ever updated Faye's builds. I was just a little curious. She's colorless, bow, right?
Who? Faye?
Faye.
Yeah, she is.
Look, I don't try to remember what people are.
Ugh. Sorry.
Which is really sad that her Valentine event didn't get frickin' Fire Sweep. Huh, holy shit, they never did change that. Well, that's dumb.
Well, shall we begin?
Well...
What's all this?
What do you want to do?
Think fast. Your barrack space will be reduced to 4 spaces. Who will you keep? My team.
Oh.
Look, as much as I love Dimitri, he's currently not sitting on any of my teams that are worth my time. So let's see. It would be Fel Edelgard, Yuri, the Nana that I currently have, because everybody who has Fel Edelgard are going to be bringing Fel Edelgard, and then I'd probably bring Flame just for kits and jiggles. If not, it'd be like a Maltia or whatever the flying one is that we got recently that's just kind of a mirror copy of Flame.
Hey.
And the only reason for that setup is, well, I kind of can't lose easily. Especially if we get full-fledged setup. In fact, I could actually switch out Edelgard because I don't need her, so I could probably put Dimitri in Edelgard's position. The only reason I don't is because of the people who don't use Nana or one of the Edelgard killers. Yeah. Yep. And not a single other person has fire sweep except for Faye. Let's see, who's on hit lists number 1? We're bringing forth. Oh yeah, Nintendo has finally realized that they've had a problem with power creeping. So now they're trying to introduce a lot of the power creep killers while keeping them within reason. That's actually why we got Nana, believe it or not. We need something that'll kill Edelgard, but isn't overpowering and more powerful than Edelgard. How do we do that? We could just create this unit. Alright.
Yes.
So, congratulations, Nintendo of America. You officially don't suck, Donkey Dick. I brought up the fact of the matter that power creep was a horrible thing in this, and then it only took them 2 years to fix any of the problems, but I still don't think we're ever going to see a free copy of Nana, though, to be honest. Well, I mean, I'm technically wrong on that already.
It's really coming down.
There is a free Nana. But she's a healer.
Oh.
And she flies. The reenactment of the Saints.
Oh. Dimitri. Selena appeared in more than one game?
Yep. Oh yeah. Awakening of Sevra.
Huh?
You're talking... Okay, who are you talking about? Just to make sure.
Selena. She appeared in Sacred Stones, but she's the only one that has the quotations next to her name of Sacred Stones.
What does she look like again?
She's a blue mage on a horse. Blonde hair. I mean, I could
don't-
give you the world's vaguest description of her because, you know,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't
like
recognize that.
she looks like a woman. She's got boobs, legs, arms.
Even fingers.
Like I said, the world's vaguest description of her because it's not exactly like giving you a detailed description would change if anything. It's like if I said Dimitri, if you didn't know who Dimitri was, I could be like, he wears black armor, you know, has a cape made of fur, has an eye patch, wields a badass lance. Her, she's a blue mage that rides a horse. What's her description? She has blonde hair. She has white pants, brown boots. I just already described half of the blue mages that are females. The biggest description for her is she was in Sacred Stones.
What's up?
But, I mean, I just came across another one that was just a little weird and out of place for that one, and that was Hilda. Because it specifically also has Winter Hilda, 3 houses. Okay. Was she in any other game that I'm unaware of? Other than Three Hopes, because we don't have any Three Hopes characters.
Okay.
Yeah, the only person I hear of Three Hopes is some dragon dude
all
in
here.
alternate MC.
Eh? Well, I mean, technically we have all of the characters from Three Hopes.
Listen up.
Because all of the characters from Three Houses.
What did you say?
But, yeah. In this game, we don't have any of the characters from there. I mean, I wish we did, because that'd be awesome. Wonder how long it'll be before we actually get the main character for Three Hopes within, or Alt Dimitri in Heroes.
You'd like to wait on the calling card until the 18th, correct?
Sai-san will come to recognize the danger most effectively
Come on,
if she believes
Nintendo.
she has already won.
In that case, let's keep prepping until then.
Alright.
Not gonna lie,
Alright,
Dimitri's
I'm
the
gonna
boss.
bust loose.
No one new to talk to. I guess I'll just bust into mementos. I also,
no.
I also might as well see what you were trying to say about Haru. Now. Okay. Because you did talk about it, but I never did bother with it. Alright, let's see it. Huh. Red polka dots. Wasn't expecting that.
The maid outfit.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Do you need something?
frickin' creepy ass maid. Giant axe.
That reminds me, did I ever give her a Persona fused axe? Oh yeah, I did. Death Promise. Okay, she has an axe. I have yet to find a new shotgun for Ryuji. So he still has the Pyro Jack shotgun.
Do you have...
Gotta
I'll
wait
take care of 'em.
forever for Fire Emblem
Taking it out
Warriors
already?
3 houses or 3 hopes
Looks a
to
little
give me my
stronger.
god
You want to let it
damn
out?
fuck still.
Done
Look,
already?
all I
Right.
want, and all I
No
mean is
slacking
all
off.
I want, is Fire Emblem Heroes to give me. Frickin' main character.
Well then. Oh,
It's a me, a Mario.
well then.
My Nintendo.
Alright, I guess I'll go ahead and farm up in mementos and cash. Because I've been trying to also fill out the compendium a bit too. I got 80% of it, though I won't be able to get 100 unless I max out all the links.
Oh, an animal crusting coasters.
Oh,
Really gotta stop eating my finger.
Yeah, you've been doing that.
Oh yeah, no. My hands are actually like kind of fucked because of it. I've got like really rough patches of skin off my pinky and my index finger because to kind of just stop myself from doing other things, I just kind of chew on my fingers.
What's up?
Oh no, it's a Luna bear.
So do you, Tim.
Well, just signing on to Xbox so that way I can sign into PSO2. Then I might be heading to bed after that, I don't know. I gotta do the dailies before they reset in 3 hours, or 4 hours. But I don't really care about that too much. I can miss a day if I wanted to. Charab rock, give in, freak out.
Is that good, Mama?
All the angels and their wings are bound.
Does it on its own. It's on a timer. Let me tell you, it goes like first. Look, I get what from a distance. Sorry. It's because I can't hear you over this.
I can't hear her over a vibrating chipmunk.
It's a massager.
Nope, it's a vibrating chipmunk. Alright, I was trying to make sure that wasn't my fan that was hitting me in the ear.
You okay, Mama?
I'm sending the squirrel army down to get you.
only taking easier now in a way. I'm just using Ryuji's insta-kill just to make memento trap pulling and farming a little quicker. Yeah, I probably should do an actual battle, but...
I'm here to judge you as much as you're willing to
Walk
judge
around
yourself.
somewhere this dark.
I'm not thinking about it so much.
No, there you go.
Yeah, it's like... I mean, it is kind of nice just not having the fret over every battle.
Yet.
True. I really only have to been asked to put effort in when it comes to palaces. And also when it comes to having the fight, get around having to fight the Reaper, which I would like to do at some point.
Every time I see the news, I wonder.
Don't fear the Reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. We be like they are. Come on, baby, don't fear the Reaper. Let me take my hand. Valentine's have come here, but now it's gone. Romeo and Juliet are together for eternity. 47 men and women every day. Let's see, what useless piece of shit did I get? Hey, salon free pass. Promise shine. Cool. Okay. Oh yeah, let's see what I got. Oh, it's damn. Okay, cool. Alrighty, let's see what worthless piece of shit I got. Cool. And I
Clothes are actually pretty easy to move in.
They suit us better than Okashura.
Cool. Yeah, if they wanted to make a depressed bear, they could have just shot an actual bear. Probably in the left kneecap. Would have been twice as funny. Let's see. How much is it worth now? 780. I could buy one. Hold on to it. How much money do I have? Do I want to spend the 780,000 so I have another item that'll just say, I've got a lot of items that I'm sitting on, so I can tell them. What are today's daily tasks? Oh, fuck, it's Lost Central. I fucking hate Lost Central.
What are you doing? You got dailies or something?
Yeah, they're just essentially a secondary XP source.
Right, do it.
There's
go faster, yeah?
We've reached the platform.
Well, not really. My character is already maxed on her main class. The only thing that she can really do is level up the other ones as secondaries if I wanted to. Because in PSO2, you can have a main class and a secondary class.
That's pretty nice.
You can freely switch pretty much whenever you want. You just have to go up to the counter and say, hey, I want to be this class instead. And they're like, cool.
So what's the difference between primary, secondary, and just swapping and just simply class changing. Is a secondary like something you have on the side, or is that what you call your spares?
No, the primary and secondary are the two that are active. So some abilities can only be used by a main class, which is your primary. Right. And then a secondary, like how I currently am for just gits and shiggles and no real reason whatsoever. Running, I know this isn't going to mean anything for you till later, but I'm running the Force class as my main, which is a magic user. And then in my secondary, I have the Hunter, and that's just because I'm leveling it up. But essentially, there are 3 different weapon typings in this, which is magic, melee, and range.
So sword, gun, magic, or something like that, right?
Kind of. The 3 classes that technically have techniques is what they're called, are Force, Techer, and Bouncer. Wait, it's not Bouncer. Yeah, it's Bouncer. I always get Bouncer and Braver kind of slightly crossed. The Force uses rods and taluses, Techer uses wands and taluses, and then the Bouncer is actually a hybrid of melee and technique, but doesn't really actually have any quote-unquote technique skills for themselves. The Force and Techer use magic capabilities or photon abilities, essentially, like Gaffway, which is fire, Bertha, which is ice, and whatnot. There's hybrid versions of those now, and higher rankings of them, but all they really are is just technically alternative versions, and not necessarily better. So the elements in this are obviously light, dark, wind, lightning, fire, and ice. Go for a 5 cost, shall you? I never figured that pattern out for any real reason.
You wish to register it to the compendium?
You got fire, ice, wind, dark, lightning, and light. But yeah, and then the Bouncer being a hybrid melee uses the weapons that are the jet boots, which are their technique form, and then their melee, which is soaring blades. Then in the terms of range class, you have the Ranger, Gunner, and then Braver, but Braver's a hybrid, and actually a lot of people don't really run the Braver as the range class that it can be. And with that, the Ranger uses what are known as launchers and rifles. Launchers are kind of like big, heavy-hitting guns that are kind of, well, they launch things. They're kind of like grenade launcher kind of esque. There's a few other abilities in it. And rifles, which are kind of self-explanatory.
Do those actually shoot fire, or is it just for the name?
Yeah, I mean, technically, very few things have really any, like, quote-unquote official drop-off point. There is kind of an optimal range for each of them, where there's a little bit of drop-off, but not really. There's not really a whole lot. Then the Gunner uses twin people that often are like, oh, they're twin SMGs, but some of the skins on them actually are just like pistol skins. It's just because they fire in slightly burst format. So that's why people say SMGs, because technically that's what they're supposed to be, I guess. And rifles. So there's a bit of crossover between them, obviously. And then the Braver, as I said, is a cross-class between melee and range. And the Braver uses bows and katanas, which is hilarious because technically katana is Japanese for sword. So, yeah. Which, yeah,
This is the one.
not really anything fantastical. Ew. And then you have the melee classes consisting of the hunter and the God, what's the other one? Fighter. And actually, they're the ones that have the highest weapon counts of all because they're just exclusively melee.
Wait, this is like race bases, weapon base, or
No.
class? So?
These are the classes.
Okay.
The fighter and the hunter are melee classes. The fighter uses what are called swords, but they're just essentially great swords. Wired lances, which are kind of fun. Think close to, but not exactly like Attack on Titan.
Like skinny
They're
swords.
rip
or
wires,
jetpacks?
essentially.
Oh.
Well, no, the lance are the wired lance, which is what they're called, if I recall. Kind of weird. They have a bit of range, and they're kind of more whip-like. It's kind of weird to explain. That's why I said Attack on Titan, but not quite. And then they use partitions, which are just a type of spear. And again, they have really good HP and defense. And then the fighter is just your DPS melee fighter. They use dual daggers, double saber, or double... Yeah, it's double saber, holy shit, and knuckles, so you can go as a bare-knuckle brawler, which is one of my more favorite things to do in certain instances, just because of hilarity, because, yeah. One of their moves is kind of a weird dodge thing, but then if you use it and then you follow it up with like one of the regular attacks, it like hits really, really fucking hard, and it's really funny to watch. Move to the left, boom!
Oh, it's
and yeah.
It's a counter move, huh?
This is the one?
Well, actually, a lot of the classes have built-in counters. I think the only 3 classes that don't... No, actually, Tekker does too, yeah. Ranger and Gunner are the only 2 that don't have... Actually, I think Gunner actually has a counter now as well. I think Ranger is the only one that doesn't have a official counter. Let me double-check this. Use skill tree. I don't use Ranger a lot. I have 4 characters. You get 3 characters built in. You have to buy any additional character slots that you want. If you delete a character, but whatnot, say you put an item on them specifically, because the way that like cosmetic items work on these are called tickets, and if you use 2 tickets, it's account bound. If you use only 1, it's character bound, and if you delete a character that is only character bound, you don't get that shit back.
It is neither remarkable nor unremarkable.
And the reason I had 4th character, I had a free thing that Xbox had given me, in terms of being able to buy a, well, they gave me, like, free, essentially, like, money for their thing, and I was just like, oh, okay, I'll just buy another character for this, because I can only use it on this, and why the hell not? And at that point, PSO2, the dailies were set per character, not per account. Now, PSO2 NGS is, account-bound, not character-bound. So, one of the dailies, or one of the weeklies on there that you could do, per character would give you $1 million in-game, obviously. And, yeah, the prices of this are horribly skewed, and the market in this game, the economy kind of fucking sucks. You'll find out why when you play.
Is it because of
it's an easy fix, but Sega is just fucking stupid.
Oh, okay.
But with this, yeah, actually, Ranger does not have a counter of their own. Huh. Kind of weird. They do have a weapon action dodge, though. But yeah, with the way that the thing works, they all kind of have their own dodge counters. But with the primary or the main class versus the secondary, which is called subclass, so you can use the weapons from your character class. So, like if I'm a force, I can use, as I said, rods and taluses. But say, though, I kind of want to run a magic shooty McBang Bang. Oh wow, the game got dark and scary. Don't know what happened.
This will arise from the execution. Then let us begin.
One of my favorites is an alarm fusion. Get ready for this. Is this something you need?
But, okay, I was trying to explain that. I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened. My character screen is just, like, completely and totally black.
You okay with this?
I'm gonna see if I can just enter the salon and if it'll reset things properly. But, as I was saying, with the, like, I want to play a magic gunner. Or a magic character that wields guns as secondary, you know. I could choose it, I could choose one as my primary and one as my subclass, and then I'd be able to use both of those weapons.
Do you really need this?
So, like, you know, I could be, again, the magical gunner. I could use, like, the rifle and launchers as my weapons, or taluses and rods as my weapons, or any combination of both, really. You know, because you have more than one equip weapon slot, and there's the palette choosing, so, like, if I equip a rod and a talus just because I'm a force and it's easier to use this as an example, I can switch between those weapons freely by pressing down and up on the D-pad. And then I can assign their abilities separately.
Nor unremarkable.
But again, you're limited to the weapons that you can use via your main and your primary, or your primary and secondary. So, if I'm a force and a gunner, I can't use, you know, swords or anything, due to the fact that none of my classes can use them. And then, like, technique abilities, obviously are restricted to Force and Tekker. They are the only two that can officially use it, so, you know. And there are other classes that are going to be quote-unquote re-released. They're releasing them incredibly slowly. Currently, next month, at the same time that it comes out on PlayStation, the new Summoner class, which is going to be called Waker, which is just the Summoner, but different for this game because I guess they couldn't figure out how to repurpose it properly, so they had to change a lot of it. And I'm also going to point out the fact that that class was promised to us last year.
So it's a very slow delivery of promises, huh?
Oh yeah, no, there were a lot of delays and a lot of things getting fucked. with the amount of things that Sega kind of fucked up last year, it was more or less of a whorehouse. Like, the people who played this game, like, actively, me included and all of that, yeah, we remember the dark times.
This card's powered up.
They've gotten better. They're still not at their best, as I said with some of this. But going back to the classes stuff, the other classes we're missing for that point are the they're the gun blades. There's a class that exclusively uses those. The Phantom, the Hero, and the Esquire. And no, I don't actually know what the actual remembrance of her name was. But they're all hybrid classes that actually use 3 different weapons. A lot of people in PSO2 use Phantom because they can use techniques. And there's actually a lot of differences between PSO2 and PSO2 New Genesis. They didn't want to do PSO3 directly because they were like, oh, this could, you know, change what people think. People might not want to download it. People might not want to try it, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of stupid shit.
Keeping expectations low.
Well, so that's why they just made it a hybrid game, so it's PSO2 New Genesis. It's essentially just a continuation. It takes 1,000 years after the events of PSO2. And yeah. I know, how do we not fuck this up, but still keep people happy? They ended up doing exactly kind of the opposite of what they wanted, because they were stupid about it initially. They've slowly been listening to the player database, as I said. And I'll list some of the examples of how they're different here in a bit. But yeah. So, again, you'll see classes being released like that. The Phantom, as I was saying, was because they were a hybrid of really good magic users, the katana, and then the rifle. And they were, like, a really strong class because they had an ability in PSO2, which I'm not 100% certain if it's just going to be full-fledged PSO2 coming out, or if it's going to be only NGS, or if it's going to be both of them like it is currently when it releases. So, you know, I'm not the end-all of knowing that. But with that, they had a skill that, based off of the maximum NP, or the PP, which is photon points, because it doesn't technically have a magic system, it's photons. Because they wanted to be unique. I don't fucking know. And, so what ended up happening was that, depending on the amount of additional...
I don't really remember what rainy days are supposed to do to mementos. I realized it just came here on the rainy day. Yeah, are you still there? Yeah.
I just heard a growl.
Apologies. That was my stomach. Even if it is based on a real subway, this place place is remarkably large.
It really is. I wonder how much we've explored so far.
There's a treasure chest. Come.
An interesting magazine the other day. I ended up subscribing. I have a couple I follow too. They're all online, of course.
We've reached the platform. We ought to be able to descend from here.
Sorry about that, my controller turned off.
Yeah, you suddenly cut off at some point.
Shadows here are
I saw you left the party, but I saw you were still here.
No. Was just talking to myself. I don't know where I cut off in the explanation. I think I just got done with explaining the broken-ass Phantom class.
I don't think I've heard about that one.
Yeah, the Phantom class in this one, originally when it came out in PSO2, they had a skill that, depending on your photon points, which is the magic thing, if you essentially had 200 EP, which you can't get through leveling up, it was a thing of, like, the quote-unquote buff skills, that if you put it on, what ended up happening is that you ended up having a 100% crit rate. And the unintended consequence of having a 100% crit rate on a class at all was that that class, specifically with like magic and shit, ended up doing millions upon millions of damage.
Right.
It was the unintended consequences, so it was like really good. So a lot of people ended up running it.
Did they nerf
obvious
it?
reasons.
Was it nerfed or is it still running rampant?
Oh no, it was still running rampant. Like, it is still one of the most stupidly overpowered classes in the standard game.
Joker, there's a chest.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of, like, really, really stupid builds in the original game that you could end up doing. If you wanted to end up running a, full-fledged, like, tank class, the combination of Hunter and, I don't remember, Estella, I think was its, like, official quote-unquote name. You would have, like, 90% damage reduction, so, like, nothing could touch you.
Wow, that's pretty tough.
Yeah. But you had to specifically set it up that way. And again, there were some things, because you don't really get a whole lot of HP in this game, there were certain characters that could still, you know, skull rape you into next year. They were all boss battles, essentially. Boss battle suckers! But yeah, was not thought out very well. But yeah, one of the big differences between the two games, on this versus, PSO2 New Genesis, as I was saying, is the fact of races. So this game has a race system, but people complained enough and kind of got it interchanged because, you know, woe is me, boo-hoo, I want to play this race, but they're not good for the build that I want to do. Oh no, not like I could just build it anyway and say, well, shut the fuck up. You know, like any sane person would. They went to mommy and daddy and said, but mommy, I don't want to go to school today. I would rather just, you know, have a kindergartner beat the ever living shit out of me and call me daddy. And of course it worked. But the race system in PSO2 versus the race system now is there's 3 races. Obviously both genders exist, but that was something else that changed slightly because reasons. And even then, both or all of the races kind of had a really weird gender effect of like there were minor differences in stat distribution. Nothing like, oh no, being a male would make it like super more powerful than being a female, but like a female, say, well, I'll go through the races here first. There's castes, which are robots, kind of. Yeah, kind of confusing name for, you know, there being a quote-unquote magic system in the game. Oh, caste. Obviously, they have to be the casters, right? No, they're robots. Then there's humans, obviously, and then what is closer to elves, quote unquote, they're called the Newmans. Wow, no, fuck that horses. Can't dodge out of it. And yeah. So, with that being stated, the humans were kind of the all-arounders.
Oh, wait. So, oh, sorry. I got into a boss fight. So, what can you tell me about the races again?
There's the cast. Oh, bloody fucking hell.
What happened?
That's fucking horseshit. Fighting a boss enemy of my own, and I clicked on the goddamn fucking heal button, but it's like, oh, nope, that didn't trigger, so I just got one hit KO'd because I used my res item there. So now I gotta walk over there and beat the ever-living shit out of this fucking cheating fucking retard. Yay. Not like you could ever piss anyone off on that. Yeah. Cheating fucking faggot. Come on, face me. Oh, look. Now that you can't cheat. Oh, you wanna go? Oh, let's go. Come on. Oh, what? Oh, you can't? Oh, what's this? You're having problems? Oh, I'm cheating you twice as much? Oh, yeah, it's called suck a bag of dicks, you fucking whore. But the races are castes, which, ironically, no, they don't do anything with magic. Well, they're not good at it, believe it or not.
Are they robots or something?
Yes, they're the robots. Then there's the humans, and then the quote-unquote elves, which are called Newmans. They're not really elves, but, you know, closest thing you'll get representation-wise.
Alright, space elves.
Yeah. They're the space elves versus pirates.
This is what I saw.
But yeah. So humans are kind of the more well-rounded. Casts have pretty good HP slash attack, and the humans are, well, good at magic. Go figure. But that was in PSO2 standard. They changed that in PSO2 NGS, because again, like I was saying, you know, people were getting mad. Oh, but what if I want to play a caster? Well, who just happens to be a cast? Well, then fucking do it. You're only losing a few minor points. Yeah, but I went in mid-max. Well, then, you know, shove a bag of fucking cotton candy up your ass for all I care.
You said to keep a low profile at school, but nobody talks to me in the first place.
You have a problem with playing another race so you can't mid-max? I don't really give a shit. Beat yourself to death and leave me the hell alone.
If you want to min-max properly.
Yeah, don't complain that you can't play the fucking race that you want to just because you can't mid-max. Oh no, look at D&D. You have certain bonuses, so if you want to mid-max, you have to play that fucking race. Otherwise, you know, do what everyone else does. Don't give a shit.
That's what the best do. They just do their thing.
Yeah. And then, of course, the genders had a few different things that each, the gender, male and female, did better. But, again, they changed that. Not even for min-max purposes. They changed that because it was just kind of slightly stupid.
Pursue rehabilitation with all your body and
form.
I mean, it was a little bit of, like, hypocritical, happy-ass horseshit. Like, the males for, for the Newmans had slightly better magic attack, or this might be a little bit differently arranged because it's one or the other, I can't remember. But there was one of them had the slightly higher photon attack ability or abilities. And oh shit, I somehow spawned right into oh, well. That is not what I wanted to do, but I guess I can do it.
This persona, correct?
And then one of them actually just had better energy for it. So,
this is the one?
Yeah, you froze me. Congratulations. You're wasting my fucking time. You don't deal enough damage to me to give a shit, so fuck off with your happy-ass freeze ability. Oh no, not that one damage. Oh no, what will I do in life? Oh, please don't. No, don't hit me for one damage. I don't think I'll be able to survive one fucking damage. Oh, look, I told you where to stick it.
Are you certain?
I don't even know if this is actually the place I need to be.
Powered up form.
No, I need to be in North.
The resulting card may be.
So assume your new form.
But yeah, so, and then, like, one of them had higher defense, one of them had attack, and it was based off of your race and then your gender for those little minor differences, aside from the, like, obvious race changes, which I still don't know why the fuck matters. I actually like that because, you know, it's like, oh, then, you know, playing this class along with this is, you know, beneficial. And then they changed the gender thing, so now you can technically change between genders at will if you go to the salon, and all it is cosmetic based. So yeah, gits and shiggles, yeah. And that's kind of the class race system that doesn't really matter. So now if you want to play, you know, robot, you can play fucking robot, and there's no penalty. What else is there to explain that's kind of necessity to know? I've explained cosmetics, I've explained classes, I've explained race. Again, won't matter. I've explained the amount of people you can have. And the servers are classified under ships.
Right.
Currently all my characters are under ship 2. You cannot change those freely, sadly. But again, since you'll have 3 characters, if you really want to put one on a different ship, you can. Ship 2 is just kind of the quote-unquote global server. It's got the most people. It's, you know, the more... I didn't realize that Rucker device was up there. I guess you learned something new by just randomly walking out of town. But again, I have 4 characters. You'd only start with 3 because I bought one. Stupid shit like that. But yeah, putting people on different ships means that your money will not transfer between ships, unfortunately. And having characters on different ships will actually not allow you to do dailies on 2 different ships, so...
Pick one, you have to pick one at a time, huh?
So your dailies and weeklies will not ship transfer, but if you really just wanted to, like, play on 2 different ships, you could. Again, don't really see any
making good
point.
use of the alarm.
You're just going to be splitting your focus.
Is this the power you wish to receive? Then let us begin.
The cooking thing in this will give you a quote-unquote boost, a temporary stat boost. You'll learn that when you get in here, so there's really no reason for me to explain that at all. It's kind of in your face, and as I said, the difference between PSO2 and New Genesis pretty much stops between race selection and gender. Technically, if you do the PSO2 New Genesis, or PSO2 first, if that comes out with New Genesis when it comes out with PlayStation 4, I don't know why it won't, but I'm not Sega, and I'm not going to speak for them. They do their own thing. I call them an idiot for being stupid. Life continues. So that's kind of just the real big rundown. I really hope they announce after next month that they're working on the... unfortunately, since it's coming next month, you guys are all going to miss the anniversary event, which is currently happening. So... Greatly well thought there, Sega! Could have earned a fucking killing.
They're letting the people in right after they miss out.
Congratulations, you won't get any of the really cool stuff. What does that mean? Go fuck yourself, that's what it means. Alright, I'll take that in consideration.
Now, let us observe.
Registration, yes? Are you certain? This will become an even more powerful accessory.
But yeah, you know, I don't know what kind of class you might want to play. Well, combination. There's a few other things, but those will get explained to you incredibly early on because you're kind of fucking forced to do it, and it pisses me off because there's actually a little bit of hold up on that end. That's not a good tie-up. And that little bit of a hiccup / tie-up in it is the multi-weapon. So you can combine 2 weapons of the same weapon genre, the same weapon series. So like, if you had, in here there's a weapon type, or a weapon series called the Resurger. If you had a katana and twin machine guns, you could essentially fuse them into the quote-unquote one weapon, which is just the one weapon slot, but you can use skills from both, so you don't actually technically have to like keep switching. So if you wanted like super fast capability, and there's a bit of really weird shit from that because, again, say with the attack thing, you get a 10% increase of attack damage by using your primary weapon typing. So, you know, again, since I'm a force as my primary, if I'm using a rod or a talus, I gain a 10% attack. If I multi-weaponed into my hunter rod, it'd be like rod and, say, sword, just for ease of argument. Multi-class would take the base weapon that I use for that, so if I use the rod first, if I chose the rod first, it'd be a rod. and then I'd gain 10% attack for just using that multi-weapon, essentially. So there's a little bit of nifty ways to cheat around it by using your primary and then secondary. But no one gives a shit. I mean the mid-maxers who can, again, go fuck themselves because they make the game boring as all hell.
Some modification finished for now.
A lot of the gameplay is going to be a very, 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 very open world Monster Hunter.
If you'll withdraw this persona, then accept this
There are
persona.
some of
Is
the
this what you want?
quote-unquote bigger creatures, which are called veterans, and then there's, like, you know, the quote-unquote super big creatures, which are the,
Is this what you want?
they're not dread enemies. I'm trying to remember what they're called now. Anyway. Oh, Gigas. They're the Gigax. And, yeah. So, you know, you'll be out and about tracking them down kind of a lot. You're not really like, oh, forced to do this. I can go into the kind of way that things are kind of buffed in this. There's like skills that are put in the well, they're augments. So like you can have you rank up your armor by just kind of fusing other armors into it, so it gets +1 to 50 when you limit break it. Limit break is something that'll get explained to you relatively early on. You will be forced to learn what limit breaking is. The game will not allow you to say, I already know, go fuck yourself. It is literally an entire mission that is dedicated to it. But yeah, and the sad, depressing thing is you'll have to do it with every fucking character you make. It's not one of those instances where, oh yeah, I already did it with this character, I can bypass it. It's, oh no, this character's obviously new, so you've clearly never played the game before. You're sitting there going, why, the ever-living fuck, would you design it this way? This is the stupidest fucking design you could have done for this system. In fact, the only way you could have made it more dumb is if you, like, literally forced us to, you know, pay to do this every single... Oh, look, actually, no, you guys did make it dumber. Yeah, limit breaking, they're like, oh yeah, no, go limit break this. Here's like 1/10 of the money you need to do it.
Are you a fool?
Oh, you want to continue on with the story? Oh, well, you can't until you complete this. It's not even a fucking side mission. If it were a side mission, I'd be at least a little bit more tolerated. But, no.
Are you a fool? Lack patience.
But the augments on there, like, the stats on here, there's PP, HP, which is health points, obviously. Photon points is the secondary, which is the magic system. Attack, defense, which is, attack is actually just potency, essentially. It's kind of hard to explain. But again, the weapon types are technique, ranged, and melee, so that's all you'll need to know in the potency category. So you kind of want to choose two classes that'll equally get split towards that, so that way you can just do the augments. Augments are separated into categories just for the sake of weapon augmentation in all reality.
I seem to remember from the first one in the first Phoenix Stars, if you're you had a chance to fail to refine a weapon or something, and if you did, it just breaks? Or was that something else? I don't know.
In PSO2, you have a chance to fail the refinery on this one, and then again with the augment. So if I wanted to for Gits and Shiggles, like add the augment of let's just say technique in this, so I put technique 3 so I can gain the bonus to technique potency, and I fail that. In PSO2, it would actually remove the slot I was trying to put it in, so it would actually weaken the weapon. So you did not want to fail.
Is there any way that looks like that?
Yes, there were ways to get the weapon slot back, but it was a pain in the ass. You had to have one that had more than it, and then like essentially swap it into that weapon. Like you'd have to refine it into that weapon via other means. They kind of did away with that, so now if you fail with the augmentation process on this, you just lose the augment capsules that you were using. So, you know, it got better because they realized that people were literally probably sending them death threats saying, hey, fix this problem or we will fucking kill you.
It was either a full-on crippling your weapon.
Yeah, you were making a chance that was like 2% chance of this being of working, and then just completely and entirely dicking over, you know, the player base. And it's like, oh no, you can buy these items that'll guarantee it or lock it in place. All it costs you is like $10. And then people are like, yeah, and we could just walk over to your department and stab you in the face and it'd be free. Sounds much easier. Yeah, they pissed off a lot of people with that horseshit. And of course, there's always going to be the whales that are like, well, if you can't afford it, then it's like, you know what? Why don't you just go into their area too? Why? Because then we can stab 2 for 1. It was one of those instances where Sega did learn that being greedy is bad. If you push your player base too far, they're going to start hating you. And that hate appears in many different ways. I never really threatened Sega, I just said, well, I'm just not going to try, and anything that I do add to this, I'm just going to go like, okay, well, I'm going to get enough of them to do it, I guess.
Now I'm even more charming.
I just didn't care. I'm still like that. I do not min-max worth shit. No reason. Oh, but I can do 1,010 damage with my attack. Okay, I do 1,000. Your point is? Yeah, but I spent, you know, $40 on buying this super awesome augment. I did all this for free. Oh no, you got one rare augment that you can brag to people about.
What's a rare augment?
There's a couple of them, like Dreadkeeper 3, Mastery 4, they're just the hard to get ones. I mean, you can make them, or you could just buy them off people. The thing I was saying about this, of why you hinder yourself, money in this game, and the way that Sega could easily change this, is that a lot of things are fucking way overpriced, especially for people who, since the market for selling items isn't quote-unquote open, you either need to buy their premium status, which is fucking retarded and something they've never listened to us on, saying just open the damn thing to everyone. In PSO
we ought to be able to descend from here.
2 standard, I think it was open. No, it wasn't, because you still needed the 3-day pass, but those were actually kind of easy to come across. But yeah, there's you can either have premium, which just gives you access to the market and you can just sell things as you see fit, or there's the 3-day passes now, which you can get via their quote-unquote mission pass, which is just a season pass, but they pretty much give you enough star gems in this one if you set it up properly that you can go infinite. So you never actually have to buy the, like, pay actual money for the mission pass. At this point, it's just retarded that they just don't put the gold setting for it for free. Because there's, like, nobody in here who doesn't already have it on a continuous loop.
Huh? You got a new skill?
But yeah, the Meseta in this, like, okay, let's take, simple accessory setting in this. The oval nails that I bought so I could have them just because I like to have the kind of extended painted nails for my characters, even though you really can't see them. Those are in a thing that came out on me recently. They're called oval nail tips. If I go into check the item market price, they cost $779 for a single ticket that people are selling. So, you know, I could use it on a single character. I actually have it unlocked for my account bound because I paid, you know, $1,600,000 because I bought both of mine at $800,000. Knowing how to gauge prices and when the price kind of sets. It takes about 2 to 3 days before the price will be, you know, set for most of the items, so it'll be about the lowest you'll be able to find it. If you can find it lower beforehand, sometimes that's good. I always just kind of watch how they fluctuate for a couple hours, because I bought both of mine at $800,000. And again, $770,000 is the lowest, and then the next right above it is $890,000. So, you know, I paid relatively within the ballpark of reason. But with the weekly setup, you really only get about 1 million Meseta per week by doing the daily/weekly missions. So they're, like, if you want to buy a new haircut other than the ones that you occasionally get for free, the cheapest one here, let me just fly down here real quick. I do mean fly because one of the motion changes that we just got for free, which I'm kind of sadly depressed you guys won't get. You just barely missed the damn thing. Let's go into product search, so haircuts. Alrighty, consumables. We'll go to the first hairstyle that is built for the new Genesis, since you can still use PSO2 hairstyles as well. Wow.
The rails are digging into my tires.
We're gonna flip if one of them pops. Just be careful, all right?
The Shalamoa hair. There is someone who is selling a copy of it for $300,000. Mind you, you would need 2 of those to go full bound to account, so $600,000 at minimum. That is one you can actually buy out of the packs that it costs. The pack that it's in gives you 2 copies, and the whole thing comes with a bunch of other shit. I actually bought it because I really, really liked the stuff that was in it. So I paid $20, and even then I didn't actually pay $20 because most of that I paid with reward points from Bing. Wink, wink. So, okay, we'll go to the next one that they have for that because there's a lot of the Shalamoas. Mind you, it's a quote-unquote female haircut, but not really. The Sandquick is the same thing, and the cheapest version of that's going for $450,000. So you can kind of see why I say kind of already ridiculously priced. These are the ones that literally enough people have because they just bought the pack, so it's kind of like, oh, these things are completely and entirely worthless, because the people who really wanted them probably already have them. Wild and Very Short is the 3rd cheapest that you can get at $575,000 right now. Then the Kavaris Ward Rat being $580,000. which again is one of the packs you can buy for $20.
Do you really need this?
They have the N double.
Is this
I'm gonna put
something
the
you
N
need?
double up. Is this the one that I liked, or is this the one? Oh no, this is the one I think is really stupid. The one that isn't buyable via packs would be 619,000 for just one use ticket. That is the starting asking price for non-buyable via buying a $20 pack.
Sorry, but it didn't seem like I was talking a lot. I'm just kind of keeping my voice down.
That's fine. I'm just trying to give you the rundown. I'm not really expecting you to widely respond or anything. I'm just kind of reiterating for my own mental sanity at sometimes. I'm also still scrolling through just to see, like, yeah. But a lot of the good haircuts that people really like the longer haircuts, fuck it. We'll just go into the AC scratch ticket, which is their payable way to essentially get some of these. It's like fucking gambling. It's their lottery tickets. There's a setup in this that there are a couple of the SG ones that are free and whatnot. But we'll go into the first setting for this. Do I really actually want these? Check out a market price, not at 1,950,000. Oh, fuck that. And actually, a lot of the haircuts I think are really fucking ugly, but, you know. Oh, we'll check the Raji haircut that just came out recently. That, with the recent scratch ticket. Oh, 8,133,000 for one ticket. Now, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17,
We're gonna
18,
strangle him
20,
real tight.
25.
Well,
There are 26 of them on the market right now. And the highest one being sold is at 20 mil. And only one of the people on this list is selling 2 of them at the same price. So, yeah, you can kind of see how fucking stupid it got. The next haircut that was on this list is 1,020,000. And that's for a shorter trim haircut, which kind of looks fucking retarded, not gonna lie. Then the third cut they released on here is another 8,339,000, the only quote-unquote male haircut. On this is 3,754,000. You can on this is fucking ridiculous.
this is the one?
Yes, it is.
Because in 1 week, you can only really, from doing the dailies / weeklies, make $1 million. So people who don't have a lot of time and can only really sign on doing their dailies or weeklies get put so goddamn far behind that they can't just keep up. There's no way they can get any of the, like, cool accessories or anything, because once they go off the market, they're pretty much gone. And then the price almost fucking doubles. I know I have a couple of items that I've been holding on to for a little bit, and I paid 200,000 for the singular copy, so 400,000 total, and they're sitting at about 1,200,000 now. So, you know, that's a $1 million increase. Oh, let's check out this weapon accessory that just came out. Oh, 8,100,000. So you can literally change the appearance of your weapon. Both of the ones that came out recently are in the 8 millions. And people go, oh, but you can just save that up. And it's like, well, no, you actually get price tagged out, because that's what people keep figuring. Oh, you earned, I mean, one of the people who I watched on YouTube on this, he's sitting at like 10 million Meseta, if I recall, something like that. I don't remember exactly what his like actual Meseta pricing is, which is the money in this. And he actually does a lot more than I do. I just really do not give a shit. I play the game for fun, I get what I can, I do what I do. You know, I make it enjoyable for myself, and when I have more people to play with, it'll be much more fun. So I'll probably put a little bit more effort in, but currently there's no fucking reason for me to.
Yeah, I've been interested in the game, but I haven't felt compelled to actually go on and actually do it.
Yeah. Well, for you, you'd have to put on PC first.
Yeah.
I mean, we could still play together because it's, again, cross-platform, but you'd, again, have to do it on PC and I'd be on Xbox.
Right. It also reminds me of the whole state of the casing.
Yeah. I mean, I want to play a bit more of that, but I just haven't been compelled. I was really wanting to do the little bit of it last, like, 2 weeks ago, almost. And I was gonna, like, see if you wanted to join me or something on that, but then the kind of bittersweet irony of it is that we were never on at the same time.
Yeah.
So you'd be, like, going off to work or something, and I was just like, well, fuck it.
Yeah.
Or you would be, like, just signing on as I'd be signing off because I'd have something to do the next day. So it was just kind of like, I never actually got around.
If you want to make plans, I always have Monday off.
Yeah, but you, me, Chris, Bruno, all that, we're at the point in our lives, unfortunately, where making plans isn't exactly the easiest for all of us. I'm in between finding jobs / getting jobs / other things that I have to do. Bruno's job girlfriend. Chris doesn't get off until about, 7, 8 o'clock at night, and usually tired and whatnot, or the days he does have off are kind of wonky. He has Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday off. You, living in a completely and totally different time zone than me and Chris, means that, we can sign on at 12, a.m. midnight and be on at that point, and it'd be 10 o'clock for you.
That's a good one.
So, when you're getting on or something, we're actually just usually getting slightly off. There's just so much. I mean, the biggest time that I think any of us can all team up would probably be the weekends. Nate, also known as Sir Cheez-Its, he's actually got his job, which he does trucking now. So, he's at home like every other weekend. Otherwise, he's like bringing out a shipment to point A or point B, and he has a fiance, so in truth, kind of why he's fallen off the radar a little bit. So yeah, we're all kind of at that point where the influx of it is just kind of one of those weird things where we can't really all make plans. I'm also the main instigator of plans, and let's just admit, I'm kind of a lazy fuck. Even having a base set plan when it doesn't fully go through, I'm kind of like, okay, what the fuck happened, people? This is why I don't plan for things. Because I know it's either going to fall through, or because I'm just too lazy. But yeah. So, price gauging on this, other than being an absolute clusterfuck of Fucksville. I mean, the weapon series usually are somewhat reasonable because due to the fact of there being so many people who can put them up on sale, and having, 45 million copies of it usually drops the price down. The harder to find weapon series are usually the ones that suffer the most because people go, oh no, but these gotta be worth, 80 billion, trillion, quadrillion dollars because, oh, it's a hard-to-find weapon series, and it's like, congratulations, you just price tagged 99.9% of your consumer base out of it. And, that 0.01% of the people already have it, so they're not gonna buy it.
Yeah,
people are dumb.
realize it, right?
Yeah. People are fucking dumb. And the thing I was saying that Sega could easily do, actually there's a couple of things that Sega could easily do. You know, lower the price gauge of what you, like, can ask for things. They actually did something really stupid on one of the items. There's the featured or hot version, like, setup that'll be next to it. It's like, oh, this is a hot selling item. Or this is a featured item. And I can't remember which one of those specifically. I think it's specifically featured. Yeah, the lowest amount you can sell a quote-unquote featured item for is 500 thou. That was fucking smart, Sega. Piss off half of your customer base.
Wow, I can't maybe just fix it like that now.
They could easily remove that. In fact, what they could do is sell, you know, certain items of, like, I don't know, let's say haircuts. Oh, you want to sell a haircut. Okay, the highest price you can ask is, you know, say 5 mil, because that's, like, what, about a month worth of working?
Putting me asleep.
So then people can actually, you know, buy it instead of having to stare there. Second off, they could remove that whole fucking, you know, oh, it's a featured item, so the minimum you can sell it is 500 thou. Why? What if I have a featured item that there's a lot of people who really want, and I just don't care because I might have 4 or 5 of them? Oh, you know, sell it for like 1 mil because maybe someone wants it, or, you know, if it's like 500 and, you know, there are people who want it and I just kind of don't care, oh, I can sell it for 100,000. Maybe I'm not a greedy fuck.
Well done on your new skill.
So they could just easily manage it, but they're too fucking stupid to figure it out. The third thing that they could do easily is just make it open market. So instead of having to earn the 3-day pass via the mission pass shit, which you get 1 of per mission pass run, so it's about a month having to wait between them. For what a lot of people who are, you know, free to play do, because there's a certain amount that you can put in the store. We'll just gather a bunch of those and then just put them all in at once for those 3 days. Because when the 3-day pass expires, whatever's in your shop still remains, and people can locate your shop.
That's good.
But you just can't put anything new into it. So, yeah. I kind of bullshit my way through it by doing that. By saving up a bunch of things and then just throwing it in all at once and then just letting people buy it whenever the fuck they want. Like, whatever, I don't care. It's actually how I got one of the things I really, really wanted in time. It was like, okay, there's gonna be like 0% fucking chance that I'll be able to get this in time and whatever. And then I, literally, sold I put 2 of the things into the marketplace, and there was, like, 2 weeks before the item was just essentially going to go away, and then the price skyrocketed. But the 2 things I sold were, like, from the beginning when New Genesis came out, so they were, like, onward of, at one point they were like 7 million, and I was just kind of like, I don't really want to sell them for that price. It's like nobody buying them, and the ones that were 70 million, or 7 million were actually still there when I sold mine. None of them had moved, so I sold mine at 3 mil 500 thou, which got me the outfit that I wanted for both copies, so I sold it for about 7 million back. And then I just bought the 2 that I wanted. And that was just literally, like, I got it just the day beforehand. Just because of them being at a reasonable price, because you cannot get them. They just didn't come back. They never did. Oh, also one other thing you gotta be worried about in this game is the furry fan base. If you are opposed to sexualization or furryization, there is a lot of that. Because Sega doesn't understand that not every outfit has to be, you know, swimwear, essentially.
I didn't think there were space furries.
There are a lot of space furries.
I meant in the game.
Oh god, the furries.
What do you mean in the game, though?
I don't know. I've not run around and just asked everybody, hey, are you an actual furry? I have no problem with people being furries as long as I don't have to personally fucking deal with it.
Yeah, but I was like thinking like people actually looking like that in game.
Yeah, there's like a lot of animal accessories that people have. I mean, again, I have my limitations. I mean, a cute pair of ears, maybe a tail, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Cool. Awesome.
Do they go further beyond that?
Oh yeah, there are several people that flat out. I mean, I own the furriest of furry outfits because I just wanted it. It is an actual literal panda. But it's because it's not actually a furry outfit where it's like, oh, it's a panda costume. It's essentially, it changes your character model to be a panda. For like a bipedal panda. You are a fighting panda for all intents and purposes.
You know, if I was
I'm like, oh cool, I can be a panda and go around bitch slapping people? Fucking sold.
I thought I was a mascot panda at first, but I get an idea about like a hyper realistic panda.
Yeah, pretty much. You are a panda animal. It's called the fighting panda, and it is just like if you took the concept of the panda from like World of Warcraft or something. You are a bipedal panda. I bought it because I was just like sold, and it ended up being like, I was like, oh, this is gonna be like super expensive. There's gonna be a million people who want it and all of that. And I looked at the price like the first day it was released, and it was like $1 million, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard. I'll just save up a little bit. Day 3, it was 300,000 per ticket. I bought 2 of them, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna be a motherfucking panda. So I got mine account bound. Actually, I wonder if it's still on sale. See how much the sale price is for it. Panda. 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 Papa Panda. 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 Papa Panda. 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 Papa Panda. Okay, there's the combat panda and the fighting panda. Fighting panda is still at 300,000. Panda. Papa Panda. 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 Papa Panda. 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 Papa Panda. 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 Papa Panda. Panda. Panda.
I can feel it.
Let's see how much the combat panda is, because I think it's like the same exact price, if not close. Yep, 499,000 for combat panda. The only difference is their colorization, in all honesty. Which is why a lot of the time I'll just buy the cheaper of the 2 variants of outfits. Because there's these things called color change passes that allow you to change the color of your outfit. You get one about once a month.
I wonder if I can do this.
You can do what?
I don't know, I wanted to see if I could fuse up a persona trait.
No. You have to be a panda. Panda, panda, panda. Wow, the panda eye patch is only 100,000. What the fuck? What the fuck is this guy? Who the hell is this guy? I mean, not gonna complain, but Jesus fucking Christ.
How far can I push this?
Who are you that you can sell it for this ridiculously low? God damn. Oh yeah. Never bought the cat whiskers paint because I didn't want to run around looking like a retard. R2, sorry. Ugh. Fuck you, dick. You know, I'm gonna support you just because of that one fact of the matter that you didn't try to price gouge everything in your store. In fact, most of what you're selling is actually relatively reasonable. Say most of. Not everything, though. Oh, let's see. See, I support local businesses by people actually being smart. Every once in a while, I'll go through and just drop a, little bit of cash, well, in-game currency on things that people are selling at kind of reasonably cheap prices. I just actually found the Trick or Treat emote that hasn't come back for
Do you need
3 years now? Because it was originally released in PSO2 and was never re-released, and someone was just selling it for 90 thou. And actually, that is the cheapest that you can get it. Holy shit! I just bought it off of the person for the cheapest price. Talk about random coincidence. Congratulations, dude! You made a sale because you weren't a dumbass.
You're stopping. You wish to view. Take a look.
Bravissimo, hip hip, hooray.
You wish to summon. This is your power.
And of course, there's emotes in the game, so people are selling the emote tickets.
Done already? What? Done already? What?
And PSO2 introduced, New Genesis introduced the stance/motion changes. So there's like idle stances, or idle stances, dash stance, glide stance, whatever. The reason why I say you guys are just going to miss the one that I'm using is that there's a free version of it. That is super easy to get. I have the fairy dash stance, so when I do my dash with my character, they go into a kind of slight hover format.
Unfortunate.
Today we will hang them more gracefully.
Well, there's an alternative way to get it. I have Fairy Stance C, but again, it comes with the mission pass, so, literally the way I got it, because I was just like, yeah, whatever. You can buy it, but people are asking, like, bill for... Actually, I think it's even worse than that.
Well, now,
but,
a most
let me check.
unexpected turn of events.
The very first version of it you can't actually buy, which actually kind of pissed off a lot of people. I think I misspelled that entirely.
The in execution. Do you really need this? Will this true select the skills
You can
like
buy
to
the Motion Dash Fairy B, and the lowest price you can buy that at is 40 million. And that's because it's kind of a pain in the ass to get.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
You can get it 100% free if you
okay with
just
it? Select the
really like
skills you'd
being
like
a
to inherit.
masochist and punching yourself in the dick. In this one, there's these trigger bases that you can use, which require, well, the trigger items. In this instance, it's the Tem purple
Change your mind?
ones. and it costs 5 to run the mission once. And mind you, if you're in a group, only one person has to pay that, the person who's the lead. So, you know, if 3 of you had 5, you just switch who the leader is and you can run it 3 times with the full group. But you have to completely clear it as far as I'm aware. I'm not certain. And even then, it's like a % chance at dropping, and I'm not even sure what % chance that is. Because I cleared it, and I cleared it even with an S rank, and I still didn't get it. And I just kind of said, fuck it, I wasn't really going to try because there was no reason. I was like, I'll just come to it later. And then they were like, oh yeah, here you go, just have the fairy stance for free. And I was like, yay! So now I have my stance and I don't have to give a shit. A couple of the idle motion stands. You can't get any more. And I don't know how long it'll take them to reintroduce them and how they'll introduce them if they do. There's the reading stance.
Finished for now. The inmate needs our change your mind.
Then the hand on hip, which that came from one of the SG scratches. Which with the SG scratches, you get 1 daily free. They have like usually 1 or 2 set up, and then there's the free version of one of them. So you'll get 1 of those a day for free. So don't feel bad that you can't really pay for anything half of the damn time because it won't really matter. And they're putting a lot of the stuff that they're remodeling from PSO2 into New Genesis, which is why there's the N variant and then the standard variant for a lot of these. So, like some of the outfits that I have an N variant and a standard. In the standard, it uses a different base wiring, so it looks different. So, just for information-wise,
I should write something.
Dumb as shit, couldn't really give a fuck, and monkeys that like to assail people while wearing bikinis. The monkeys are wearing the bikinis, just to let you know. There are 3 different base wear, or layering wear. There's the base/set wear, the outer wear, and then the inner wear. Unfortunately, for purposes and reasons, you can't just only wear inner wear. So, your inner wear is your underwear. Congratulations. If you want to spend way more money on anything for that, feel free. I'm not going to judge you horrifically. Then the base wear is your essential set clothing, you know. Like, you'll get 1 option, but currently I'm wearing the Wushu Yonggoshi, or Yongshi. Wow. Kind of a weird way that they formed that. I know that name means nothing. It's just a split dress, essentially. So, yeah. But I could change it to the Arrow Pattern Adorable, which would be a more traditional Yakuta. Or some of the outfits I have are like maid dresses and shit, just because I've gotten them at really cheap prices. One of these I was just like, oh man, I really would like that, but it's never gonna go down. And then about a week afterwards, there was a huge influx of people putting them on the market. Then there's, of course, a couple of swimwear, which just essentially alters your your base wear / set wear into, well, the swimwear. So your inner wear that you would normally be wearing usually disappears. They recently added an option that you can, for some of the outfits, change it whether or not it appears, because some of them makes no goddamn sense for it to appear. And some of it has built-in natural underwear. So they were like, yeah. Obviously, outerwear is entirely optional. You don't have to wear a coat if you don't want to. Actually, you probably won't have one to start, so...
This contrast of dark and light.
Fair warning.
Perfect for a pencil sketch.
What did I come in here to do? Oh yeah, stances. I did miscellaneous. My favorites are folded arms, hand on hip, reading, and well, that's really my only favorites. I have 2 other ones that I recently picked up, but I don't care. My dash is Fairy C, obviously, because if I didn't have that, I would have to kill someone.
Well done on your new skill.
There's swim stances, but you'll pretty much never have to worry about those because there's not enough places to use them. So if you find a place to use it where it's exceptionally awesome and not just to get it quickly across the pond, good on you, mate.
The platform! We made it!
Every once in a while you will be attacked by Luna Bear when she goes into an irate rage and starts throwing things across town. Another just heads up, but you'll learn soon enough when you have the game, that there's a limited amount of accessories you can equip to your character, / stance changes as well, due to the fact of the matter that question, WTF, question. They're each accessory that you equip has a specific point set, so, you know. Oh, wow, look, it's a Scaly. Someone who went out and bought the balloon boobs and then decided, oh, I want to also make a dragon person. Fucking loser.
I know it's obvious.
Look, I definitely, no matter what anybody ever tells you, did not make a full-fledged demon chick.
Send me a picture, I'm curious.
You'll see her soon enough.
By the way, is this game free?
Yeah, it's entirely free. Well, okay. Free, quotation mark, end quotation mark. You get to download and play it for free. But since you can buy the booster packs and like the AC / star gems, although the star gems they are handing out like a literal fucking candy. Let's see, just recently I was only at 100 star gems because I like to keep 100 on hand just to have it cycle, so whenever I get to that 100 mark. That was less than a month ago. I'm now sitting at 444 and I've spent 300 just doing some of the star gem scratch tickets because it gets in shiggles, and I was bored and I was trying to get one specific item out of it, and then I ended up getting them so I don't have to care anymore. So, I guess I can return the title screen and show you Demon Girl beforehand. But yeah, you won't have to pay a dime for it unless you choose to. I mean, again, probably not going to really want to unless there's an absolute must-have AC scratch item where you're like, oh, I've got enough money to afford playing this scratch ticket 40 times in order to guarantee me to get that item. And then in that case, I'm going to ask you, who the fuck did you kill? Well, apparently Reddit doesn't love me anymore.
Who knows if they loved anyone to begin with.
One of the Reddit pages I frequently visit is the two-sentence horror stories. There you go. The Reddit notification is from the two-sentence horror stories, but you'll find out why it's funny enough. Asmodeus, 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 Deus. Oh yeah, another hilarity for Gits and Shiggles is because, they allowed me to get away with it, so, thank you, Sega, for allowing me to make a Nazi.
This isn't a game, amateur. Keep an eye out for trouble.
There were two separate items that came out at two separate times, like entirely, like completely separated from them. One came out kind of several years ago, which is the captain's hat, and the other one was not that long ago. It was an outfit thing.
That's nice.
So,
All I
yeah.
got is a list of your downloads.
Nope. Look at the Reddit.
It looks like it's something interesting.
Yeah. That's just my reminders that you're seeing. Well, that my notifications. Yeah, the Reddit one specifically. You're so pathetic. Why are you even alive? Wow, thanks, Reddit. Makes me feel all special. I know it was entirely unintentional, but yeah. Hilarious when it just phrases like the beginning of that. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind the blue eyes. And no one knows what it's like. That was a little bit creepy.
Shall we? Someone finish it off! Get ready! How about this?
Yay.
Not sure if this is too early, but I'm trying my hand at it.
What?
Trying to fight the Reaper.
It's never too early to fight the Reaper.
Persona. Doors of Hades.
And by never too early to fight the Reaper, I mean it's entirely always too early to fight the Reaper. Remember, that thing's like a god killer. Yeah, which hairstyle do I want most of this?
So powerful.
Let's go.
You get a little bit of that angle. Yeah.
Siegfried. Ravage now.
Let's do it! Ready to launch!
My father's at 4%.
You've been fast!
I'm also really sad that no one commented on
So hardcore!
the random thing that Chris commented on it, but didn't ask the right question.
This right? Sorry. Get ready! What's my next move?
Mind you, this isn't going to be the best quality photo. I'm doing this in a dark room. I'm doing this off of a TV screen. And my phone is at 4% battery life. But there you go.
Oh, I didn't know you could make them that red.
You get to choose your skin color. Technically, if I wanted to be a smartass, I could change her skin color right now. Currently, they have a campaign thing going, so I can just freely change it, but again, you'll miss out on that, so make your own character. But yeah, I can choose from pretty much any color of the rainbow. If I really wanted to, I could make her friggin' purple. I just didn't want to. I felt more closely to color basing. Yeah. She's got the slit eyes, the reptilian eyes, which that was a pain in the ass to get. They actually recently just re-released the eyes for that. And again, you'll miss out on it just because.
Let's do this, Joker!
You know, I kind of want to go with the crisp. Or the piercing. No, the crisp. Definitely want to go with crisp. When you paint with colors. And let's see. Accessories. Don't want to go accessories. Okay. Rub the rest of it on. Roll. Back up.
Thanatos! Alright.
My self-righteous suicide.
Let's go. Doors of Hades!
Let's see, how does it look? Okay, that looks much better. And if I don't know. Actually, I think I like this snippet makeup a little bit better. Entirely free of charge. I know it's really, really weird that I'm using a man's face for this one. Oh wait, I forgot I have this creation data loaded to self-righteous suicide. I cry. the dopamine.
Doors of Hades!
Frosty, the drug dealer, was a very jolly soul. Bet you didn't know that, did you? Ugh. Roll into the high fly, and then my spirit fell into it. Actually, I do enjoy that. It's better. Don't like it.
Fox advancing. I am thou.
I follow something back to normal. I think I might be a really weird sentence to have to address that. I'm not exactly 100% certain that saying what I said is actually what I was trying to say until I said what I said that I said.
Much thanks. Persona!
Alright, I forgot. All my characters have the eyebrow setting now. Like, wait, why does this seem like it's so off?
Ready on your mark. Doors of Hades!
Oh, that's max capacity.
I appreciate it. How do you want to do this? This one.
Damn.
I feel so powerful.
Too slow. Persona! All right.
Ready anytime. Huh? Oh, that's a big help.
This is my other self.
There we go. Or I can now make her a bearded man.
Ready to go. Time to finish this. Ultimate power. For you, Panzer. How sweet. It's just what I needed. How's that? Ha. This one's free. Now that's style. Did Mona just reveal his feelings about her?
I'll try this.
Persona.
Much thanks.
Mona's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's a big help.
Let's go.
I almost got the Reaper beat.
Congrats.
Don't do anything reckless. Go!
You know, weirdly enough, I actually forgot that they have the Reaper even in Persona 5.
The Reaper keeps spamming concentrate the Veggie Dolan though.
Completely forgot he was a secondary opponent that you could even face just by choice. He did not appear very often in my playthrough. I guess I just didn't sit there long enough to let him spawn, did I?
Sounded alright.
Let's see, is there any one of these that I should actually give a back?
Persona!
Big defense. Dusty Alvera, which...
Persona! Let's heat things up. Support's on the way.
Time. Let us in.
And that's that.
We all did great, huh? Just like I thought.
That's a lot of XP. Almost 150,000. The entire party
All
leveled
right.
up.
Level up.
Rough, easy, Mo.
Another tool for our mission.
Rough, easy, Mo, hit it. That's what I thought.
A new move? Awesome! Check out this new skill!
Fits me like a glove. I got a new power.
Persona has gained new power.
Yeah, that looks a little less okay.
My persona learned a new skill.
contribute even more.
I had to change the neckline because I realized I put the neck a little bit too high. Good thing for all of this free shit that they're doing for their anniversary event. You know, not like it would have been a great idea to release the anniversary timeline coinciding with a PS4 release. But you could just have it in an endless cycle and be like, bravissimo, hippie, party. But, you know, it's not like I'm gonna sit here and complain about it.
What are your thoughts? Alright, let's get moving.
What time is it? It's 5:06, so I've been on for about 2 additional hours more than I wanted to be. So that's because I need to get this shit set up.
Alright. You know, I'll stop here.
Alrighty.
Have a good night.
Yep.
You too.